Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this third afternoon of our Functional of Fundamental Physics, Physics Education related session. I'm Claudio Fazio, and I will chair this first part of this afternoon together with the help of Alberto Stefanel, that will be the moderator. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker, that is Mclaughlin. She is an associate professor and deputy head at the School of Physical Sciences at Dublin City University, DCU. She's a founding member of the DCU's Research Center for the Advancement of STEM Teaching and Learning, and has served as the director of this center from the foundation to 2021. She coordinated and participated to several EU projects and is actively involved in teacher education at both pre-service and in-service level, as well as physics education to undergraduate physics and science students. Research interests are in the implementation of innovative teaching approaches, such as inquiry-based learning and interdisciplinary approaches, and the effective use of technology in education for the teaching and learning of physics and science at all levels. So please, Eilish.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Claudio?
Yeah, you can go, please.
Is my sound okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so I'll share screen, hopefully. Can you see that? Claudio?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, good.
That's
That's good, just to check. So I'm going to talk about kind of a new area they've been working on around co-designing of rich tasks. And this phraseology of rich tasks, we're really adopting or borrowing from mathematics and mathematical thinking. And I'm very cognizant of not running into what Dagmara will talk about in the next talk about 2 levels of inquiry in physics education. I'll slightly touch on it, Dagmara, but I won't go into it. So I suppose what I want to talk about today is 4 areas: the context for this work, the methodologies, and the how and what we're doing, how we're doing this in Ireland and across Europe, and what influence this kind of approach can have, and at what level. So we are more and more pushed around our understanding of what is learning outcomes in physics, and looking at a more broader and integrated interdisciplinary knowledge, coupled with disciplinary and practical knowledge. And we don't just look now at that cognitive and knowledge domain of learning. We look at the skills, the life skills, the cognitive, metacognitive skills, social and emotional skills of learners, along with procedural, practical, physical skills that they will use in physics and science. And then we look at their attitudes, values, and ethics around learning as well. So all of these kind of 3 domains coupled together to be these competencies proposed by the OECD Learning Compass Framework for 2030, but they're really to address and to set up citizens, our learners and our future citizens, to take action and to live and thrive in a complex society. Coupled with this kind of compass for where we guide, and a lot of the educational systems are moving towards this integrated approach to learning, we need to think about physics and where it sits among science, where it fits among STEM and STEAM and all the other acronyms we can talk about. The context and the kind of domains that we want to solve in this real world complex society have been represented best and most popularly by this Sustainable Development Goals, which identifies 17 particular goals that we need, that call on a universal action. And you can see them here around sustainable cities and society, and healthy living, and removing poverty, and climate action, and so on. So these actually are real lynch points for us to discuss different topics in physics, and to bring physics in with other concepts and topics across the STEM subjects. And that's kind of one of the draws that we'll pull on in terms of where we go, that there's a lot of we can do to support learning in physics, and from physics to other areas to benefit lives and societies. A lot of the work I've done over the last 12 years has been through 3 European projects around inquiry-based learning, where we framed what is inquiry-based learning, what was the outcomes of inquiry-based learning, and what do students gain from an inquiry-based learning approach where you pose questions. So this first work started with the established projects, which I coordinated in 2010, leading on to the assessment of inquiry learning, which is the sales project, which I coordinated with my colleague Odila in DCU. And then later on to the 3 DIFE projects, which was coordinated with Moitza, and Dagmar is a partner as well. And this one, looking at 3 dimensions of inquiry. And through 3 DIFE, we framed this inquiry cycle, and I'm sure Dagmar is going to go into this, but we verbalized and visualized a process of learning that we want to take students through. So if students are learning through inquiry, they would go through this cycle of inquiry. There was these steps that we called out that they would address. And no one task would address all of the steps at one time, but as a collective over time, that you would design learning to give students these experiences of generating ideas and designing an investigation, carrying it out, and so on. And that served us well in terms of where we've got so far. And that's where we had started from when we came together to look at what we were doing in terms of how we can use these rich tasks. So now I'll talk about what we did in this, the next phase, which started only 2 years ago during COVID. And this is the work coordinated by my colleague Paul Grimes in DCU, which is the STAMPED project, supporting transitions across mathematics and physics educations. And again, it's across Ireland, Poland, Slovenia, and Belgium. And we're looking at the university partners working with teachers in order to enhance student learning in mathematics and physics. And we're looking at a particular age group of students. We're looking at 10 to 16 years. We're looking where they're hitting transitions between school levels, between teachers and so on. So we wanted to look at what sort of approaches we could use. What do we need to use in order to support teachers that would enhance student learning? And that's at these particular stages, let's say, in education. So we've adopted a 3-pronged approach where we talk about getting teachers to come together and work. Okay, it's been working online with the teachers as part of a professional learning community as a model of teacher professional learning. And then we've asked the teachers to carry out their own research, but rather than calling it kind of academic research, which would be too constraining for teachers to look into their own practice, we've adopted the approach of practitioner inquiry, which is teachers coming up with an inquiry question or a wondering or a problem they want to look at in their own practice, and to address that in a kind of scientific manner, being supported by the other teachers and researchers in their PLC, their professional learning community. And we've also adopted and broadened our understanding of inquiry tasks, inquiry activities, or IBL activities, to looking at this mathematical definition of rich tasks and looking at the use of those to support these transitions in education and disciplines of maths and physics. And again, I talked about integrated learning, and maths and physics have a lot of integrated learning concepts that come up time and time again, that learning maths in the context of physics and transferring that to another topic, whether it's physics or chemistry, is really important. So professional learning communities as a model of teacher professional learning have been defined now for a few years, but they really provide a supportive, collaborative, positive environments for teachers to come together. And that's really important, because we know from talking to teachers that sometimes the barriers are bigger across classrooms than across countries. And they need, in order to change their practice and to see the benefit of changing their practice, they need to actually be supported or foster a kind of a safe environment where they can try things out. So the professional learning community supports teachers in having a shared vision for how they might change their practice. And the key thing here is to benefit student learning and their student learning. So it's very specific and applied to their classroom, to their context, to their school, and maybe even to their country or region. The professional learning community talks about shared responsibilities and values, that it's respectful. There's no wrong answer. Everything is open for sharing and discussion, and insight is welcomed from other teachers. And there's an equitable participation. So we want an effective professional learning community to promote this kind of inquiry stance and a culture of inquiry among the participants. And as I say, the key thing is that it's about enhancing their student learning. So this fits us well in terms of we want to change the practices how physics is taught in schools. Then we need to look at how do we change teacher professional learning practices that they are immersed in a different learning environment and understand what it is as a learner in terms of what things they try and what they learn from their changing their experiences, and then reflecting that in terms of how they design for teaching in their classrooms. So it's that cyclical process of experiencing it as a learner, reflecting on it as a teacher, and then implementing it with their own students and looking at the impact on their own students. That's really kind of full cycle of inquiry. As I said, we asked them to engage in this practitioner inquiry. And again, because like Marilù will go into this, just to show the what, the what, the how, and the why of practitioner inquiry. It is not, you know, a light.
Sorry, Elish, we have problems in hearing you because it seems that your microphone is not working properly.
Oh.
So
it should be on the
microphone settings if you like. Does that help better?
There are occasionally there are disturbances.
Oh, I don't know why.
But okay, try. Please continue, and then I will say you if the problem happens again.
Okay, is this microphone better? I've changed. It might be coming from the laptop now.
Yes, probably now it is better. So please continue.
And this one is not better.
I don't know. let's.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. Just tell me again, Claudio, if it's cutting out. Okay. So practitioner inquiry, you can see here again, like the inquiry-based learning cycle, we have this cycle that teachers think about. What are they kind of concerned? What are they passionate about?
Happens again.
Okay, I'm going to change to the.
Occasionally we have the disturbance in your audio.
I don't know. Maybe it's the landline from Dublin. This inquiry cycle is like the IBL cycle, but it's around teachers, practitioners, educators, looking at what are they passionate about, what do they want to change, and then coming and formulating the question around, well, I wonder if I change this, what will be the effect of this? So they're forming a hypothesis and posing a question that they want to look and examine in their own practice with a specific group of students. So it's very specific, looking at an issue, a problem, a challenge, or something that they would like to implement that they feel would have a benefit for maybe some or maybe all learners in their classroom. And they plan out a scientific plan of what their investigation, their inquiry is going to look like. And then they gather data. They look at how they might interpret, analyze, draw inferences from that data, and come up with key learnings from that data. And they share those learnings with other teachers. That's where the PLC comes in, and we get feedback from that. That's kind of a sounding board. Does it sound reasonable if I change this? That this would be expected. Has other teachers seen this with students in these subjects? And from that, then there's a kind of sharing of learning with other teachers. And therefore, we inform and share across a school and then across countries in this manner. So this inquiry stance and being a reflective practitioner and doing practitioner inquiry in your own practice is a really strong method of professional learning that gives you evidence-based approaches to enhancing student learning in the classroom, in the learning environment. The next aspect that we looked at was looking at moving on from the idea of inquiry-based learning cycles. We're looking at rich tasks, or you could say IBL activities or tasks, activities, scenarios, challenges, problems that you give students to do. And you think about what is the student's reaction when they get an unseen problem, and how do they go about solving it? And what does it provoke or stimulate in the students when they get these types of activities or tasks to solve? And really you're looking at this low level kind of task that they can solve that are very closed, and that there's a single answer, or they can look up something. But we want to change from that to having tasks that are rich. And richness is created by the level of questioning, the diversity of approaches, and exploiting the potential depth and connectedness of mathematics, whatever the starting point. And here we want to take from this and look at it in terms of richness in a physics task or a physics maths task. And here you have this continuum of richness. So maybe if we first off look at the middle section in blue here, what are the features of a rich task? So this idea that it fits into a real world context or a big idea, that the task is appropriate to what you're trying to teach at the time and gives an opportunity beyond a small scope topic or concept, that it connects ideas, connects curricula, that it uses processes appropriate to the discipline, and again, the values that the students value the learning outcomes across knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values. That each time you look at a question, each time you do a task and you carry something out and you gain some new information, that you go back in and you think about other questions and other possibilities of things that you can do. So it's fostering kind of other ideas and other opportunities for further exploration or investigation or further research. They're thought-provoking. One of the things we talk about building identity in physics is building this sense of identity, building the sense of belonging in physics, and fostering persistence has been recognized as a key element of girls' identity in physics, and that sense of persistence and belonging and inclusion in physics. So fostering persistence to try a problem, fail, give it a go, see what happens, learn from that, try something different and fail. So fail again, and don't be afraid to fail. But that failing, you're learning something by trying things, taking risks, and then developing that sense of persistence, resilience in terms of having another go. It's really student-centered, active learning approaches where a student is the decision maker. They decide what they're doing, they decide how they're going to do it, they interact with other learners and kind of co-create and construct knowledge together. And through that dialogue and exchange with other learners and with their teachers, they should deepen their understanding of the topics or the learning outcome, intended learning outcomes. Some of the things we think about in terms of what is an appropriate task to do, when you have a 40-minute or 1-hour lesson, what's appropriate for school time, what's appropriate for homework time, or what's appropriate to be done face-to-face or online or hybrid, as we have now explored that world. So we think about the learning environment, and is the task feasible and doable in that learning environment, or is it more appropriate that they do it over the weekend? So really thinking about the cognitive level of the learners, and is that task developmentally appropriate for the learners? And I suppose we should always be concerned that it's healthy, the health and safety aspects, that it's safe for them to do. That it's equitable. And again, we're looking at here that some of the tasks and activities are not equally available to all students or equally interesting to all students. So we need to think about the different types of learners, their background, their diverse kind of experiences of physics and developing their knowledge and how they kind of like to get information, how they like to work together, that you're looking at tasks that contribute to building a positive attitudes towards physics. And one of the final thing there is that you need to think about, is there more than one right answer? And then how do we go from something that's closed and posing a question that's got closed and one final answer that's right? And that's sometimes that's what happens in exams, in state examinations, that there is only one right answer that gets full marks. And that's an attitude that students build up. They have to build up the exact definition of a topic or a concept. But if you have a rich task, then you're looking for more than one right answer, more than one way of solving it. And that's really nice when you have students that come and say, well, I did it this way, I did it this way. They share their different ways and they see actually, yeah, they arrive back with the same key learning and understanding, but that the approach that they took was different. And it can be approaches like writing it down, talking about, drawing it, representing, visualizing it, using models, using technology. But that this task is open. So then if you look at those elements, those factors, you can look at the kind of spectrum then from left to right there, routine to rich. And this kind of framework and a continuum of richness offers us a criteria to think about the activities we get our students to do in physics. Where do they fit? Okay, it's a spectrum. So on each of those domains, where does the task, what the student is doing, we ask the student to do, Where does it fit in each of these dimensions? And then if you look at each task that you do, you're kind of going, well, am I always towards the routine level? Am I ever touching something that's a rich task? And there's a time and a place for all of these things. And you need to think about where they fit over the life cycle of a year or a cycle of a curriculum with students. Rich tasks, coming from the enrich.maths.org website there, if you want a reference to it, have been promoted as providing opportunities to generalize, to justify, to reason and develop that deductive and inductive reasoning so that students can arrive at an answer. Notice there's not a correct answer, but at an answer or some sort of conclusions or inferences or key learnings from what they've looked at. The focus is on inquiry and problem, allowing problem posing. It encourages collaboration and discussion, promotes that reason problem solving skills. It should be accessible and equitable and available to kind of differentiated learners across a range of learning styles, needs, difficulties and backgrounds. Have potential to make connections between areas of mathematics, and I think between areas of mathematics and physics and other STEM subjects and beyond. It should encourage creativity, innovation, imagination, all of the things that you would want someone to try and look at something differently and try and tackle it in a different way. That importance then of multiple pathways and methods and approaches that can be used. And in the rich mathematical tasks, they talk about these low floor. So they're low floor tasks, but they have high ceiling outcomes. So again, I think that's a nice graphic and understanding of what a rich mathematical task is and what it can do for us. So that's the what we wanted to do in those three elements in the STAMPED project. And now I'm going to talk about how we did it. So in Ireland and across the other 4 countries, we looked at these supporting teachers to look and examine transitions across mathematics and physics. So for Ireland, we worked with 4 teachers. They attended 2-hour workshops online. And here I've just summarized or highlighted in short what was the focus of each workshop over that 6-month, 9-month period. And this culminated with a face-to-face, would you believe, sharing event there last week. So these workshops were online, but the final event where we asked teachers to share their learnings, we were delighted to have face-to-face. So the first workshop asked teachers to identify and discuss transition issues. So thinking of students aged 10 to 16 years, what transition issues have they come across? What are they concerned about? What issues do you think need to be addressed that would support and enhance learning in physics and mathematics? Then in the second workshop, we shared research from literature on the factors that affect transitions. We mapped their issues to those literature reported transitions. We introduced the concept of rich tasks to the teachers. In the next workshop, we introduced practitioner inquiry, and we got them to propose a practitioner inquiry question, which then they defined and redefined through discussion in the following workshops. We discussed and elaborated further on the characteristics of rich tasks, and we got them to work through a process of co-designing and working with us and with each other to design rich tasks. Because sometimes you have activities you do already and you want to change them, you want to adapt them to becoming rich tasks. And that's a really important. It's not always starting with a new activity, it's trying to adapt something you do already. And the last one then was to bring the conclusion to their practitioner inquiry cycle in terms of interpretation and sharing how they communicate, analyze their data. So for you, I'm going to ask you to now add to the chat, hopefully all access to the chat. What transition issues do you see as important that we need to address if we want to enhance physics learning, physics/maths learning for 10 to 16-year-olds? What sort of things do you think are important to think about? So can I ask you to write into the chat some of your ideas? Vectors, units, semantics, graphs. So is it knowledge? Is it calculus? Yeah. Is it application of knowledge? Is it skills? Is there anything towards attitudes, meanings of graphs, interpretation, and understanding of what those are? So this is the first thing we did with the teachers, was to communication skills. Yeah, was we asked them to kind of think by themselves, what issues are you coming across? So our teachers were from primary and post-primary. So some taught in elementary level, we call it primary level in Ireland, students up to age 12 years. And then at the end of 12, they go on to secondary level and they do a lower secondary curriculum for 3 years. And the lower secondary curriculum is science, which has physics, chemistry, and biology in it, along with Earth and Space, actually. And they do a separate maths curriculum. Okay, so physics is always part of science as an integrated interdisciplinary science subject at lower secondary. And at primary level, science is part of the society, history, geography curriculum. So it's kind of even the physics is in the science, which is in this other curriculum. So it's very diluted for what physics is at primary level. At secondary level and at primary level, maths is maths. Maths is called out, and we have a new syllabus for mathematics where we've been trying to develop more real world context and requiring a higher level literacy in mathematics, and we call it project mathematics. So developing an attitude that learning is not about knowledge, yeah, changing attitude is very important to it. Facts, yeah, learning off facts, rote learning and regurgitation in exams is not the way to become the best physicist. Yeah. Representation, ionic graphs, conceptual versus formula-based explanations. So errors and uncertainty. So even the overlap, and if I left that open for another couple of hours, you would just keep adding to that because there's so many things. There's so many stumbling blocks. And if you think about your experiences or your children's experiences of learning maths and the building blocks in terms of developing a mathematical identity and developing a mathematical thinking. In primary school, you'll have, for us, you have 8 years of education with a different teacher each year. So years 1 to 8. And they develop your understanding of maths. But sometimes there's fallout. There's topics, there's concepts that you haven't really understood. So then later, when you go to second level and you get taught maths by a maths teacher, you find holes and gaps in students' knowledge of mathematics, and that manifests in physics and other STEM subjects. Yeah, so from generalizations, from descriptions to expectations, all of these. So you can keep thinking about all of those issues in physics and maths that could potentially cause problems. So that's what we ask the teachers to do. What have you experienced? Thinking about the learners you've had, whether they're 10 to 12 years of age or whether they're 13 to 15 years of age or 13 to 16 years of age, because again, we have another transition between lower and upper secondary. What happens? What happens then when you go from science and physics as part of integrated science at lower secondary to physics as a standalone subject taught by a physics teacher at upper secondary? And one of the key issues we have, our key problems in Ireland and internationally, is that over 80% of our junior cycle, our lower secondary students, are taught physics by a non-physics specialist. In the main, 80% of our junior cycle teachers are biology specialists who we would class as out of field physics teachers who aren't confident or competent to teach in physics. And in fact, the repercussions of that is we have a low uptake of physics as well as chemistry, because of similar reasons, at upper secondary. Beautiful, love the ideas, keep coming in with those ideas. And it's very interesting from your perspective, how many of those issues come through to third level? When you talk about undergraduate education, how many of these do you still see as an issue, a persistent issue that hasn't been addressed in secondary school? And I would say some of the algebra issues really affect some of the things that happen at third level physics or university physics. Okay. So we asked the teachers, as I said, and we said, what did you find as your issue with the students? So their perspective is they're teaching in primary or secondary schools, and this was their responses. Again, we used Jamboard to collect these And again, it's a free-for-all. It's a notepad, it's sticky notes. You just put on your different ideas. So they talked about the different teaching methodologies. Primary teachers say, we're doing maths in primary level, but we don't know what methodologies and what approaches used to teach maths at second level. And the second level teachers say, well, they've got bad habits and they don't think about maths the way we'd like to think about it from primary level. So each system blames the other. But there is no communication on the methodologies or approaches or understanding of how maths is taught between the primary school and the secondary school. And teachers don't have an opportunity to come together and to talk about it. There's often a transition between the levels of maths. So we don't have a common mathematics curriculum. We have a higher level and an ordinary level. And then what does that mean in terms of what you need from students at each of those levels? Is it more higher order thinking and understanding, or is it more application? And lots of kind of fear of mathematics and not seeing the relevance of mathematics and physics. The fact that the teacher at primary level is a generalist teacher, and then there's a subject specialist teacher, a maths teacher at second level. That has huge difficulties for students in terms of how the language that they use and how they develop and translate their understanding and maybe update their understanding of the maths they've done previously. Even just the movement between classes, the social, the school and academic environment of secondary school, that they're not in one fixed class, they're moving between, 6 or 8 different teachers of a day, has a huge impact on students and their learning, where everything is in its own little silo. Like the blinkers are on. I'm in a maths class now when I'm learning maths, and I only learn maths, and it's got nothing to do with anything else. But then you go into the next class, which is a physics or a science class, or a geography class or something else, and you're looking at modeling, and there's no kind of process of sharing or communication between the teachers to ensure that there's connections and that students make the transition and transfer the knowledge and learning from one subject to another. So you can see a lot of the issues that are coming up there from the teachers. And this was in a kind of similar time that you've had now on the WhatsApp, on the chat. One of the issues that came out for us, which was interesting, and on this day, was we have a lot more influx of migrant students coming in, or students that are not native English speakers. So English as an additional language, or English as a second language, became a huge issue in teaching physics and teaching mathematics, in terms of the terminology, use of terminology, and the development of student understanding and performance, and in maths and physics. So English as an additional language became an issue that has really only become an issue in Ireland in the last decade. So that was workshop 1. In workshop 2, we asked them to look, we shared with them this research question where we interrogated literature, what factors influence student experiences of maths and physics, and I said /science because it's an integrated science part at lower secondary, from primary to secondary school. And here, what we found from literature, and this is published now in the International Journal of STEM Education just recently, we could categorize 3 influencing factors. So one is the student's self-regulating factors, their own attitudes and motivations and identity construction in mathematics. The fact that it's socially acceptable to say, well, I'm not very good at maths, and that the student identify as being poor at maths, and they've been told they're not very good at maths, and therefore they identify not be good at maths, turns them right off, and therefore they opt out. And the same thing happens with physics is for a certain group of people, and there's preconceptions and stereotyping that goes on that excludes and then doesn't offer a kind of an equitable and equal pathway for all students and all learners. The school and academic related factors comes out strongly here, curriculum and the content of the curriculum. And again, we've done a whole cycle, as I'm sure you have across your countries, on curriculum reform and looking at the curriculum for maths and physics from early childhood right up to the end of high school. Teacher professional learning and teachers' own knowledge base. And as I said, this problem with out of field teachers of physics at lower secondary, the methodologies and practices and pedagogies that are used for teaching mathematics and physics at primary and secondary school level. The classroom culture and environment. You know, the stereotype is here that in primary school, when you ask a question, the students all put up their hand and they're all very engaged. But that doesn't continue, that people disassociate and start to become deactive and passive in the classroom environment. And the school climate and culture in terms of what type of school it is, whether it's an all girls and all boys that we have in Ireland, whether it's a private school, whether it's a disadvantaged school community, along with the social factors around home and family environment and relationships they form with their peers and with their teachers. All of these things come together to influence student experiences of mathematics and physics at this critical age, where we want them to have a strong identity, performance and abilities, and develop their abilities in maths and physics, so they can continue to do maths and physics to a high level at the end of high school and hopefully in university and beyond. So after identifying these from literature, we went back to look at what the teachers had posted, and we mapped them. And here this work is being done by Paul Grimes and Tandeep Kaur, which is one of our PhD students that's working on this project, around identifying and mapping these self-regulating factors from the teachers' postings to the literature, and the school and academic related factors. So so again, lots of things to learn about here, different methodologies, things we've seen before. But you can see that there's a clear mapping of each of these things, which was useful for the teachers to see that it wasn't just them saying it. Actually, this was backed up by what was published in research. And I just put this list here, the splitting of maths and physics challenges, issues for teaching physics and maths at this transition stages. This hidden curriculum for physics at lower secondary, and then transitions, and without the development of mathematical thinking skills at the lower secondary or primary level that they need to achieve and be successful later on. So on the next workshop, we introduced them to this idea of the rich tasks, after kind of putting the context that we wanted to look at this development of rich tasks, but to address these transition issues. Then we needed to say, well, what does a rich task look like? And here we're drawn on interpreting distance time graphs. Again, a concept that you can use right across physics and mathematics. So you have this matching a story to a graph, and then you say, write down at least 2 reasons to support your decision. So even how you present and to talk about this, it supports and promotes communication and collaboration between the learners. So just to quickly show this, I don't want any of us to go and do it, but I just want to show you the nature of this. So these can all be little cards that you have as matching cards that you can put out, and even on an online basis, we had it on a Google Doc where they could move them around, but they had to match the description to the graph, and then they had to annotate their graphs as well. So that was really nice. So I always say to our students, let the graph talk. What did the graph say to you? And talk about each stage of the graph and what's happening at each stage in the graph. So you might see that very clearly when they start to annotate the graph, that for here, like Tom starts from home, and you look at this as being the vertical axis being the distance from home, and the horizontal axis being time. Notice without units, which is poor practice. Anyway, line not too steep. This means Tom slows down. Negative slope, identifying that. What does that mean? It means Tom is walking back to his home. This one, the furthest Tom gets from home, is the maximum value on the vertical axis. So again, a key point. So the key features of the slopes and the turning points in the graph. Okay, so all of these graphs have been done collaboratively and promote that communication, discussion, dialogue between the students. Then we can take it another step and we say, well, it's not words this time, but it's actually matching graphs to data. So which data table now matches the graphs that you see? Move them around, match them up, annotate, justify, explain. So again, these rich tasks allow students, and it's something they really, really struggle with, right? They'd be okay with maybe graph J there, which is a one straight line with a negative slope. But going beyond some of these other graphs, when it's going up and down and then it's going flat, what does that mean when it flattens out? So all of these things are not something that come easily to students, and it's something they have to kind of reason with, discuss, and then make sense of, and make sure they have the correct logic for interpreting the graph. So you think about those tasks and think about those type of activities that you'd ask students to do, where do they fit on this continuum of richness? Do they fit into the curriculum? Are they essential? Are they authentic? Are they rich? Are they engaging? Are they active, feasible, equitable, and open? Okay. So I think that's a good question to ask yourself when you get students, design a task for students. Are they rich? And what's rich about them? What makes them rich? Okay. So do you think those tasks are rich? How could they be improved? What else could we do to make rich tasks? Or do you see other opportunities, topics where we could look at rich tasks in physics? Ranking tasks, thank you, Mara. Reasoning. Okay, I'll keep going just to keep time on track. Yeah, Floody. Okay, so then after introducing the teachers to what I do is a rich tasks, we wanted them to adopt a model for designing rich tasks. And importantly for us is they worked on the design of these as part of their PLC. So they co-designed rich tasks. And here we propose this model, we call it the Samurai model for co-design, where they work together to solve a problem. They think about, and we call that they anticipate, what are students thinking, difficulties, misconceptions, preconceptions they may have on this task. How might they modify the task using that spectrum of richness? And then when they have modified their task, then we ask them to reflect, to share, critique, discuss, and see, is that modified task, can we make it richer? How do we know what the learning is and what we suspect the learning outcomes are of the students? It's important after designing it and co-designing it that the teachers trial it with their students, and then they look and observe, and again, take data, collect evidence, make observations, inferences, and make some key learnings or interpretations around the impact on their students' experiences. And we say student experiences, and we mean that in a broad sense of looking at students' learning and attitudes towards learning, and what they got out of the task, so their motivation, and so on. So it's not just looking at their students' knowledge. So think about that in terms of the broader learning outcomes and competencies. So this is our Samurai co-design model. And again, I'm just going to go through this just to show you the quickness of this one was that we gave them this task, okay, as a starting point. A rectangular piece of paper was rolled into a cylinder to form a cylindrical tube. What is the volume of the cylinder that is formed? Can you all give your correct answers now, please? I'll give you 2 minutes. Is this a very straightforward task? Is this very simple?
We have 2 minutes in all.
Yeah. Is this a very simple task? When you look at this, is this simple? Or do you think that this will stump students? What I mean is trouble students. Well, in fact, this is something that students struggle with. And if I'm thinking about 13 to 14-year-olds at the start of lower secondary, this is something that they really struggle with. And the good thing about this task, you can actually tackle it from the physics side or the math side. So here we got the teachers to work together to go through the steps, the first 4 steps we said. They anticipated, they modified the task. I'll just show you some of the modifications they made. If you look at the learning outcomes around relationships 2D and 3D shapes, understanding that and between area and volume, recognizing the nets of 3D shapes, and then making appropriate measurements to calculate area, volume, and surface area. So it was interesting that the mathematics, some of them started from the math side to look at how they modify the task, and some said, look, take a cylinder, fill it with sand, empty it out, measure the volume, and show the displacement or Archimedes principle to measure the volume. So there was kind of a number of ways they could tackle approaches they could use to it. Again, a measure of richness. Teachers said they enjoyed this opportunity to collaborate, to design, to critique, and tease out thoughts. And they were surprised by the different approaches because they had only thought of it in their own way that people could take to look at a rich task. And it highlighted for them potential student misconceptions and they felt it was a powerful tool for promoting collaborative learning. Okay. And the last slides I have are just to show you, after taking these teachers through, and these are just slightly reformatted extracts from the posters that the teachers presented last week on their implementation of their rich tasks with their students. The first one here was where a teacher made a conscious reflection on her use of language and terminology in order to make physics more accessible, and this idea of equitable for her students in a multilingual classroom, working with these English as a second language and modern foreign language teachers. She looked at the features of rich tasks, and the facets she looked at were she wanted to use the students' own observations and own descriptions and relevant terminology. She got students then to summarize, to reflect on their learning and create word clouds. And again, you know, with word clouds, the bigger the word, the more often it appears. And that helped her to identify, and students to identify, misconceptions and relationships that they had. And then the use of visualization strategies as well. So she felt that demonstrating a mindful approach to students' language difficulties or language barriers was a really strong tool that promoted student learning in physics for her class, which was with fifth-year students, which were about 16 years old. This one teacher was looking at the use of visual strategies and actually getting students to generate questions that use visual strategies from every day. This is in the playground beside the school, for them to use these visual strategies to propose questions as opposed to traditional exam style questions, and that students would generate around the topics of speed, distance and time graphs and trigonometry. And he found that the student responses were that they performed better when they used their own questions and own visual strategy kind of led questions, particularly the weaker students in the class, where they would have struggled to kind of make these connections and understanding. They all got this at the end of this period. However, his remarks were that having done it this way took a much longer time to design a rich task where the students created the visual strategies, took a much longer time to complete, and therefore he questioned how we could use it all the time. And interestingly, the high achiever students didn't feel the need for it. They didn't need all of this extra hand holding. They felt they got it straight away, and there was too much time wasted in doing all of this. So again, your diversity of learners in the classroom. So again, I'd ask you to think about these rich tasks, what they're doing, how the teachers use them. Are they rich tasks, and what makes them rich, and what was the learning they got from them? And the last slide there is that just what I've been saying there, that they felt they created a different culture, a culture of inquiry in the classroom. The students enjoyed and performed better. There's increased confidence, communication, identity, interaction. Performances were better, again, over a 3-week measure of an intervention or a change in teaching approach strategy. Teachers' use of language and engagement in other classes were influenced by what they had done in these lessons as well. And again, it made students more active and involved and more independence and developing confidence for them. So the last part was that, has there been an influence on the classroom practice, as we've gained from the teachers' feedback, that they felt that the positive effects of implementing rich tasks on their student-specific subject-based learning, as well as these factors around self-regulation. They gave special attention to the learning environment, whether it was in school or out of school. You can see the 2 examples I picked. Reflection and enactment was a part of the process for the teacher and for the student. Understanding and thinking about the student's needs, difficulties, and previous or prior conceptions was important. But overall, they felt that it was beneficial for all student groups. Changes and gains in conceptual understanding performance scores were reported higher for weaker rather than higher achieving students. So the nature of all of this search is to do a design research where we come up with a question, pose a question, collect and interpret data, draw inferences, remodel our question, and go back in and do it again. All of this is towards qualitative research to look at how we can really look at change in physics education. And the examples I've given today show you the value of doing this as not just physics, but as an interdisciplinary approach across physics and mathematics. So thank you for your time today. And I'd like to thank my collaborators, Paul Grimes and Tandy Kaur in DCU, along with Moitza and Dagmara, who will follow me on after this. Thanks, Claudia.
Thank you very much, Eilish, for this really inspirational talk. I found very interesting things related to rich tasks, also with respect to the idea of adapting learning, their different learning styles, for example. I don't think
there's a question by Lars.
Is there a question? Some question, but we don't have so much time. Okay, so
Lars?
No questions. It happens. So I would give. Would ask Dagmara to come over. So Dagmara Solowska is an adjunct professor at the Faculty of Physics, Astronomy and Applied Computer Sciences at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland. She is involved in the development and research in physics on science education, inquiry-based learning, and practitioner inquiry at all levels of schooling, from K1 to higher education. She participated in several EU projects on physics and STEM education, and she also ran her foundation, organizing the national context in science for K1, K8 in Poland, gathering more than 50,000 participants per year. So, Dagmara, please give us your talk.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Claudio, for this kind introduction. I hope you hear me and see my screen.
Okay, I see.
Okay, fantastic.
But put it in, yes, it is in presentation mode. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so today I will talk about inquiry, which is a risky topic in this group of many experts in inquiry. As you could see, even Eilish, who talked before me, she's an expert, and many others. But I will try to look at inquiry in a bit broader perspective and as a competence, not only something that a method, but as a competence, as a value, and also as an attitude that I think we urgently need in school. So curiosity and intrinsic motivation drive the word exploration in our early childhood, as a joy of discovery and motivation to seek answers, and sometimes even impatience to get answers to the unknown. And we all know that if we have children, or even if we just observe children around, we see how inquisitive they can be by nature. And in fact, humans probably would not survive in the world if not driven by a daily research attitude, not only a research at their universities and in laboratories, but this daily research attitude that we all come to the world with. So in education nowadays, we face the situation in which we need to prepare learners for challenges in their lives. And these challenges are, and also careers, are not even yet defined in many cases. The modern world is increasingly dependent on exact, natural, and technical sciences, and thus there is a growing need to attract people who would associate their professional careers with the development of these disciplines. But unlike in the past, we need now more than only geniuses at the universities for this academic research. In fact, we need all of them to get so-called scientific literacy, and also literacy in mathematics, of course. So on the one hand, we observed children's inherent curiosity when they enter the educational system. On the other hand, we urgently need to develop their research competences, for example, in physics, but more generally, we need to maintain their inquisitive attitude, or even inculcate, if necessary, to secure a positive lifelong learning approach in all of them. So does the schooling system, that the question raises, does the schooling system lying in between respond to this challenge? So the current teaching format derived from previous centuries is mainly based on the transfer of content knowledge and uniform instruction for all. And many of you probably will not exactly agree with me, because we are people who develop new models for learning, new activities, etc. But please think about a common school in which we have a lot of content knowledge, and this content knowledge prevails. Okay, so thus it seems less, this current teaching format seems less and less coherent with the surrounding reality, with the challenges they have in front. Knowledge is, of course, I want to admit that knowledge is very valuable. And knowledge as knowledge, not only facts. But it is valuable only if reflected and comprehended. Knowledge learned by heart, which happens so often. Of course, apart from those basic activities like learning letters, multiplication table, etc., etc. So knowledge learned by heart is inefficient because it takes a lot of time, in fact, and is forgotten quite shortly, especially if transferred massively. So if so, it doesn't really matter because they forget anyway, and they forget very quickly. So in fact, the school time is lost. We are in many cases very concerned about active learning methods because they take time, but in fact, learning by heart and forgetting and learning again takes even more time. That's what I think. So even at the universities, we became victims of these educational systems. Students seem to be more and more debrained. I'm not sure if you observe that, but I do. For example, I come to the class, and quite recently, it happened that I gave them simple problems to solve. It was a remedial class, so really simple problems, like one-step problems. I encouraged them to work in groups, and quite often at this moment, quite soon, the first reaction was, "Aren't you going to solve that on the blackboard?" So this is the attitude they bring from the high school, unfortunately. Eugenia Etkina summarized this common situation in one sentence I fully agree with, which is, we teach science as religion. We teach physics as a religion. And in my opinion, most probably not only science, of course, unfortunately physics. So instead of benefiting from a reinforcing interest, they come to the schooling system. They enter the schooling system with, like, for example, that interest that really shows up when they learn, for example, skateboarding or something. We transfer dogmas and give no space to discuss with them. So students overwhelmed with massive content do not have time for reflection, comprehension, and development of interest, and some become demotivated at school, which they perceive as a place detached from life. And 10 years ago, more or less 10 years ago, in Secure Project, we interviewed children aged 11, 13 years old. And at some, in one session, 11-year-old children from an ordinary school, not geniuses, nothing like that, but from ordinary school, they told us, there is science at school, which is quite boring, and there is science out there, which is interesting, but we cannot bring this interest to the classroom. So what could be a survival kit for them? What they develop? Of course, the survival kit for them is to become copiers and old church visitors. So just to pass the final standard test and to forget, and to disseminate throughout their lives a strong opinion about science, mostly about physics, that it is something out of space, weird, and unachievable. This way, much of the inherent human curiosity and inquiry potential they bring is being lost systematically and on a large scale in times when they are particularly indispensable for societies. So instead of transferring the knowledge and giving instructions, the school role, and also, of course, the teacher's role, is to draw directions and support students in their learning process. And again, we know that. But do we really do that? It's another thing. So this learning process through which they should go mostly together with peers, not individually, not all the time, but mostly together. Thus developing also social competences and a collaborative work attitude, which is again very much valuable in today's world. So we need the school formats to benefit from natural curiosity, developing it into a process, and thus achieving a progress. We need an investigative and even inquisitive approach. Inquisitive, that means that it involves also a lot of emotions. These children have emotions, they want to bring them to the school, but they are not allowed. We need an inquiry as a daily approach in schools. As I told you at the beginning, without this daily approach, we would not probably survive as a human being. So over the past few decades, something happened, unfortunately, in the right direction. So policymakers have begun to recognize the need for student development in various domains. We academics realized that much earlier, but the key point is, or the key issue is that the policymakers recognize the problem. So they started to design curricula and also strategies to make sure that students can develop in various domains, and it was advocated in a widespread introduction of key competences in the European Union already in 2006, and then repeated in 2015 and in 2018, and in 21st century skills in the USA. We also have this Rocard report in which inquiry-based learning was advocated as the best way to teach science. So active teaching and learning strategies and IT tools has been started promoted, not maybe developed, but started promoted in education. However, in my opinion, there are only prerequisites. So they are necessary, but not ensuring sustainability. Since keeping this traditional format we still have is safer and also more manageable at school for a teacher, and also is more effortless, in fact, in standardized assessment, the educational system still incorporates too much recitation and copying because it's effective in a short term for these exams. Teachers really do not dare to adjust their teaching to contemporary challenges because the system is not flexible. The curriculum is overloaded, and in my opinion, most importantly, also teachers themselves do not become inquirers in their teaching practice. I will come back to that a bit later, and Elish did also already a kind of introduction to that, but it will be a bit later. So we can think about inquiry in a broader perspective than only inquiry-based learning, about which I'm going to talk starting from the next slide. But this broad perspective tells us that inquiry is a kind of construction of competences done through engagement, searching for answer, solution, explanation, cognitive reflection based on experience, past or just gained, a current experience, also in collaborative work and exchange of ideas. So actually, there are many learning methods with an inquiry notion, and you can see them probably not all. I listed not all of them. However, there are differences between them, and these differences lie in the depth of inquisition. So from now on, I will focus more on the IBL as such, and because in my opinion, this method in particular is one of the most persistent in developing inquiry skills. The IBL originates from the early 20th century works by Jean Piaget and Lev Vygotsky, who represented constructivism in education, and John Dewey, who represented progressivism in education. So they talk about many things, but you can see here that, for example, Jean Piaget talked about creative, inventive, and discoverers, learners as discoverers, capable to do new things, and those who can be critical and verify, and not only accept everything they are offered. Vygotsky said the value lies not only in its results, in the results of learning, not only in the product of creation, but in the process itself. So the process was emphasized by him. Dewey said, give the pupils something to do, not something to learn. And the doing is of such a nature that as to demand thinking, and then learning naturally results. He also said that education is a social process. Education is growth. Education is not preparation for life, but is life itself. And just to conclude, scientific principles and laws do not lie on the surface of nature. We just cannot take them or wipe them and just digest them like this. They are hidden and they must be wrested from nature by an active and elaborate technique of inquiry. This is the first time the inquiry word appeared in education, but in fact, this was not the first paper from which inquiry-based era started. Okay, so inquiry-based teaching and learning, in short, it's a strategy built upon a cycle implemented at different levels. Students learn collaboratively by following the research method the science researchers use in their work when implementing this method. So the higher the level, the more independent student is from the teacher and their instruction. And you can find in the literature and also on the internet many cycles, many pyramids of levels. But here we have a cycle that was started in Fibonacci project, and then developed by us in 2 other projects, finally in 3-DIFI project. Eilish already talked about, and I will talk about a bit later because I will show you the results from this project. Okay, and I like very much this structure of only 3 levels. So the structure level of inquiry, guided and open, because it's more distinct. These levels are the most distinguishable, and you can see if we go from bottom to the top, student independence rises. Okay, so the IBL is a learning method based, in fact, on 3 pillars, so-called 3H education, or which means that it involves head, hands, and heart as emotions, but also from psychological point of view, it's a kind of method based on 3 human development domains: cognitive, psychomotoric, and affective. And all of them are involved very much in this method. So in fact, IBL leads to a comprehensive development of competences, which are understood now in Europe as the acquisition of content knowledge, not facts, but content knowledge, development of practical skills, and also positive attitude towards science, lifelong learning, and things like that, learning in general. So on the top of that, the IBL method provided as group learning reinforces also development of social and communication skills. And this is a very important part of inquiry. So the question rises, does it really work? In 2009, Hathi, in Visible Learning, he claimed that, of course, on the basis of papers, but papers from the past, so before 2009. He claimed that, so he found out maybe, that medium effects of inquiry teaching are observed on process and very low effects on content. And then Smith in 1996, so before, he claimed that large effect from inquiry in critical thinking, medium in skill achievement, and again, low in process skills. And these are in fact old papers. And now I went through more recent papers, and in fact, a big positive effect is reported in massive number of them, really in numerous of them. So negative effect we found only in one paper, no effect in one paper, and partially positive effect in a few papers, but big positive effect was reported quite often. So from all that, we can conclude that effect of learning does not depend on ability group and gender. However, researchers report that these effects decrease with age, and also, which is very important, that learning through guided inquiry was found the most effective. A lot is said about positive effect on the increase of motivation and interest, which we like very much, and we want that in school. However, effect on learning outcomes as such is research least, and the biggest problem is with that we hardly can find articles on the long-term or at least medium-term retention of developed skills or acquired knowledge. I'm not saying that we cannot find them, but there is a limited number of such papers. So this is something that encouraged us to fill this gap. And in 2015, we got money for the project in which we could research the effectiveness of IBL on learning outcomes, and in particular on acquisition of content knowledge and skills, etc. So we posed two research questions. What's the pupil's learning achievement in terms of selected research skills and content knowledge just after implementation? And then what is the retention of learning achievements over the span of 6 months? So it was a kind of medium-term retention. So we focused on boys versus girls, different ability levels. So we defined them as an ability level 1 for those who scored as during the previous semester less than 70%, then medium ability level 70 up to 80%, and high ability level for those who scored got more than 90%. So we implemented guided inquiry as was suggested in the literature, and also from our experience, we also thought that it will be the best idea. So what does it mean for us? It's like addressing an issue and brainstorming around the topic together in a class with all students and a teacher. Then the teacher formulates a research question, but then all which is indicated in red here. So putting forward hypothesis, planning the investigation, carrying out experiment, data analysis, very limited, very simple, drawing conclusions and sharing the results. It was in hands of learners working in groups, of course. So the research plan was the following. We pick up 170 students from K4 to K6 level. And then we implemented 10 lessons in guided IBL in March, April. Then at the end of April, beginning of May, we administered test number 1. It was full of different kinds of mathematical representations, like reasoning from graphs, and also axes from diagrams, etc., etc. We also asked them to fill out the survey. I'm not going to talk about the survey. It was in May. Then in June, because they have some time before the end of the school year, we wanted to give them another flavor of IBL. So we implemented 2 to 4 lessons, depending on the class, in open IBL, when learners could even pick up their own research question. Then there was the survey number 2, then summer vacation, then September, and in October, we repeated the test that we administered in May, but it was unannounced. So it was another class. In fact, they were already in another class, but they did the same test again. So it was a 6 months span in between, and no additional IBL instruction in between. So before I show you the results, I probably would like to ask you to tell me in the chat what's your expectation, or maybe not about the expectation, but about what do you think about your learners? How much of knowledge, content knowledge, skills, maybe something that can be checked in the test, how much of that okay, so how much they lose, or how much they still have of this knowledge after 6 months? I'm not sure if I can see the chat. Yeah, I can see that. So what's the retention, in your opinion, normally in standard classes? More or less 50%, Eilish. Thank you. 50, all right. Okay, retention is 30. Claudio is pessimistic, but many teachers answered the same, 40. Okay, in Italian schools, all right. Yeah, you see, you say in Italian, in Polish schools, it will be the same. Oh, probably in Polish schools, only 20 or 30. Oh, Alberto is more optimistic, 60%. Okay, thank you very much, because we should go probably. So already from the graphs, you will see. First, I would like to tell you about the results, how we elaborated what was the analysis. So we calculated a normalized change factor. It is almost a normalized gain, but if we face the situation in which they can lose, you need to also incorporate. In fact, you need to incorporate normalized change factor. So what we found first was that there was no statistically significant difference between boys and girls in retention, and also no statistically significant difference between ability groups. So they all not gained the same. Of course, ability groups gain differently in test number 1. I don't show here the results of test 1, but what was left was more or less the same. And you can see already, probably, although maybe the numbers are very small, but anyway, we found that the median normalized change was at the level of -9%. So the retention was more than 90%, which was really striking to us. We didn't really expect such a good result. Okay, so as the next step, we took part in the 3-DIFU project, and Eilish already mentioned that project, which was about 3 dimensions in the physics inquiry, and I'm going to talk only about 2 of them. One was already more or less elaborated, and 2 of them in this project meant for us IBL in the classroom with students, and PI, which is Practitioner Inquiry, and I thank Eilish for introduction of that. Those 2 formats were implemented in practitioner learning communities of our teachers during the meetings. So in fact, we introduced IBL method as such to be implemented by our teachers in their classrooms, but on the top of that, we wanted our teachers to learn first and then implement practitioner inquiry on the same classes of IBL. So in fact, we follow the general idea of the IBL, collaborative work on entire practitioner inquiry process, except this implementation done by teachers individually in their classrooms. So whatever they planned and whatever they trialed and analyzed, it was done together with the other members of the PLCT group. So they discuss a lot about the plans, motivations, then they discuss a lot about data analysis and the results they got, and they helped each other. So as you can see here, and also you could see in Eilish's presentation, actually practitioner inquiry cycle resembles inquiry-based learning cycle very much. So we have this issue at the beginning, which is for a teacher motivation, then a brainstorming must occur around this topic, and then the teacher formulates the research questions, plans the investigation, then carries out the research. There is this data analysis, drawing conclusions, sharing the results, but all is done together with our teachers, except implementation as such. Okay, so the 3-dive project, the coordination was done by Slovenia, and then there were altogether 7 partners, but altogether from 4 countries: Belgium, Ireland, Poland, and Slovenia. The project lasted 36 months. There were 2 cycles of professional learning community of teachers meetings, and altogether we managed to do workshops for 150 physics teachers, mostly physics. Some of them were science teachers or chemistry teachers, but very rarely, mostly physics teachers. So the design or the format was like this. We formed PLCT groups, then we provided workshops. In these workshops, we had IBL component every time. So in fact, our teachers went through a module in IBL together as taking the role of learners, and the other component of the same workshop was practitioner inquiry, and step by step in this practitioner inquiry. In the meantime, teachers did implementation. I will show you shortly the results of our teachers. I will limit myself to Polish teachers, not because the results in our other countries were not relevant, but because, first of all, they were quite similar. But actually in Poland, we had some special cases, and I will show you the special cases at the beginning. And I will show you that. So Eva taught in the 5th grade in a village school, a small regular class with 2 students with moderate intellectual disabilities. So she had 2 girls who had these documents that they need to be treated differently. So every time she taught physics in normal, traditional way. She was very traditional teacher before coming to us. So she needed to adjust that final test for the module or for the unit to these 2 girls. And of course, the rest of the class did the standard test. Okay, this is the situation before. And those 2 girls never got positive marks on tests, despite the test adjustment to their abilities, okay? Never. It was always a problem for them. So Eva asked her, pose a question, how the IBL method enhances the effectiveness of learning in the case of students with those moderate intellectual abilities. You can see in practitioner inquiry, we do not talk about research on a big scale. Sometimes it can happen, and this is the case, when you focus on a particular student or 2 students or a group of students with problems or an issue that you want to investigate. Okay, during the implementation of the IBL on density, It was really a first time also for this teacher to implement the IBL. She observed that all students, despite their abilities, engage in activities in a comparable way. So she was very happy about that. Then she gave them a test, but this time she did not adjust a test to those two girls. And the result was the following. For the first time, both girls got positive mark. One got C, one got D on the scale A to E. For the first time, she taught them. So that was really surprising. Barbara taught the 7th grade, a small town school, regular class with, however, with behavioral problems. And particularly, you can see I made a circle around this particularly not well-behaving student. So the class as a whole was perceived as a troublemakers. Okay, and Barbara posed a question how the IBL method influences student engagement and behavior in physics classes. But during the classes, she was allowed to take a video of the class. And you can see something that she didn't observe as a teacher being in the class. This is this behavior of the student, X, who normally sat in all classes back to the blackboard, not back, side to the blackboard, side to the colleagues, always in the last row, never engaging, maybe not disturbing the class, but never engaging. And this is the beginning of video. You can see him doing like this. Oh my God, physics again. And then in a few minutes, he started to do IBL with two other girls he sat next to. And she said it was an enormous change. So she could see that all the students, including himself, engage in activities. And after implementation, she did a survey and she found out that most of the students appreciated classes with experiments. Also, they all wanted more experiments in the next classes. I mean, more classes with experiments. Another special issue is Monica. Monica is a teacher in a school dedicated to resocialization. So the students in the school have social maladjustment and mild intellectual disabilities. So there is this girl again in the photo, and this is her behavior during IBL. I don't have a photo that was taken before, but before IBL and in all other traditional classes, she always sat alone. She was recognized as a not very, she was not empathic at all, but the class didn't like her. And she was also even perceived as a stupid and just ignored by other students. So she was insular, getting usually very low marks. And Monica, fortunately, she came with IBL in electricity. And what happened? Other students started to work with her. I could see even another photo in which they really approached her from behind. So they stood up and came to her. And why it happened? Because it occurred that this particular girl knew a lot about the topic and occurred to be very skillful in experimenting. And it was a very unexpected turning point in her social contacts and communication with other students. They started to seek working with her, and she began to help them also in the following lessons. Why it happened? Because it occurred that her father was an electrician, and he did a lot of such things with her, together with her at home, because he thought, of course, she has low marks intellectually, she's not well, but he liked to do that with her, such activities with her at home. Anya, how much time do I have? Do I have still any time or not really? If not really, then I maybe omit that. And Beata. Beata and Małgosia will be the last one, but Beata now. So Beata was a teacher in the 8th grade. So it was the first grade of high school in Poland. Again, a small town, but the group was not so small. And she picked up 2 regular classes, one with humanity profile and the other biochemical profile. She checked their scores in the past test, and it occurred, so she found out that the classes were comparable. So before the IBL implementation, both classes hardly ever had any lab lessons. She surveyed that, and she learned about that from their answers. So this was the beginning of a school year. They were in a new school, 1st grade of high school. They were new to her. She was new to them. So, okay, vast majority of the students didn't like physics from the beginning. During the implementation, students from both classes engaged in activities. Most students changed their preference from being fond of traditional classes towards loving experimenting. Claudio, is it the sign that I should finish? Okay. And after implementation, you don't see that maybe from the distance you see what is necessary, which means that in all IBL classes, because she did IBL in one of the class and traditional instruction in the other, and then she switched. And whenever the IBL was implemented, the class scored better afterwards. And Małgosia is the last one, really striking. So Małgosia was very much experienced already in IBL. She was, before coming to us, she was also an instructor in some conferences, she gave workshops in IBL. And she implemented IBL in humanistic class, again, 1st class, but humanistic, they have only 1 lesson on physics per week. So everybody was engaged. But when she made a survey afterwards, most of them said that they disagree, they learned anything from IBL. And that was this, she managed to analyze the survey, but she also administered the test, but she didn't manage, it was on Friday, and on Saturday she came to PLCT, so she didn't manage to analyze the test results. And she came on Saturday in tears, in fact, because she said, no, IBL does not always work. And we started to talk to her, and because it was very strange situation for us. And we managed to convince her that she should not give up. Maybe she should implement IBL for the 2nd time, etc. She came back, she checked the test, and she got surprised, and she made surprise her students next week, because the results were fantastic and much better than in traditional classes. So our idea is that after discussion, that probably they were so much scared of physics, and that was the 1st year of the 1st classes, in fact, and they wanted just to learn by heart, and that's it. They didn't want to learn with comprehension, and they thought they only played, probably they learned nothing. When they discovered they learned a lot, they changed their attitude toward IBL absolutely 180 degrees, and from that on they wanted IBL in every class, although she could not provide that. So conclusions, of course, are it was feasible for our teachers to implement IBL, and also PI on IBL, which we were very happy about. And when teaching IBL, a teacher needs to be patient and persistent. This is the message we have. And also teachers told us that they improved their teaching practice and understood the IBL much better when they became inquirers in their own classes through implementation of practitioner inquiry. Many thanks to all of you, and many thanks to all my collaborators from different projects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dagmara. I think there is a question from Valentina Bologna. She asked if you did you observe learning improvement in students with the learning disorder?
So with dyslexia, not, because we didn't search for that. So in my research we did in a academic center of in this ACK, a center of knowledge, we didn't focus on dyslexia. So unfortunately not. However, in those 10 classes we had, and we did implementation with IBL, there were students again with lower mental abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions?
Any other question? Why inquiry-based learning is less effective with older students?
Actually, this is the result of, when you go through literature, they say and they show that it decreases with age. But on the other hand, you can find papers in which, for example, implementation of IBL in colleges works perfectly. So it's more like the feeling that it works, is less effective for older, but I have also an answer to that, just from experience and from what I said in my presentation. When learners enter the schooling system, they still have this inquiry approach. And that, unfortunately, they are in fact debrained. So they learn more and more of facts and they lose this approach. Maybe that's why it is so hard to make them back on the track. And if you do, for example, your inquiry intervention and you research it quickly, you do not really do a lot of IBL, but you research it quickly, you do not see effects, such big effects as with those smaller children. That's my answer. Is this, isn't this effect dependent on the level of guidance? It is.
We have to go.
Yeah. Okay.
The next talk is better to.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dagmar, for this presentation. And I would say we could do about 9 minutes break, and so see us at 1:45. No, Marisa says not. So 4 minutes break, and we start at 20 to 4 as planned. Or not. 4 minutes of break, in my opinion.
The program, according with the program, we are a little bit late.
Yeah, but I think that we can do 4 minutes of break and see us in at 3:40. We will stay here. I now introduce you Laurent Vienno. After many years spent at University Paris Diderot and the Centre National pour la Recherche Scientifique doing research on themes of great relevance for physics education research in secondary and higher education, teacher education, and teaching methods, Laurent Vienno is currently Professor Emeritus at the same university, known as University Paris-Cité. Her research is well recognized by all the physics education researchers, and I can say that has inspired many of us in our research, and regarded sensible topics like the critical analysis of scientific explanations and the study of the relationships between research and teacher education, to name just some of them. Her current project deals with the development of conceptual understanding and critical attitude in future physics teacher. She was awarded a gold medal at the International Commission on Physics Education of the International Federation of Physical Society in 2003, and also of the GIREP gold medal in 2013. So thank you, Laurent, and please.
Shall I share?
Yes.
Okay.
It's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah, you should put it in presentation mode. Okay.
Of course. So where is it?
The first one on the left.
On the left.
À partir de debout.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so let us go to the beginning. Thank you very much for this kind of presentation. And I'm really very pleased to have this opportunity to exchange ideas with you. Thank you to the previous presentators, because they introduce ideas that are really important and that I will not have time to develop myself. But it's done and well done. So my title is Freeing and Guiding Critical Analysis. This is about explanations in physics with text, written, possibly a written text. So, where there are injunctions to develop critical thinking. And we ourselves produced recently a book with Nicolas Descamps. In the context, we have two main points. That is, numerous contestable explanations are used in school or university or in an outreach context and undiscussed. Second point, critical analysis is difficult for everyone. So just an example, well known now, of contestable explanations with the propagation of light, a small experiment which is used so many times in museums, schools, IBSC context, or even at university. Well, you see there is something wrong with this, because those supposed rays are in fact suddenly stopping. You don't know why. The bulb is not in the plane of propagation of the supposed rays. And first of all, you cannot exclude the sinuous propagation of light, because you can show it as well. Well, just an emblematic example. Critical analysis, second point, is difficult for everyone. On the expert side, we have our habits. We also practice, I would say, simultaneous translation. That is, when an explanation is incomplete or faulty, we unconsciously, we are unaware of it, but we correct it so that it would be acceptable. And we are happy when math here is okay. Now, on the student side now, same problem with habits, and an additional handicap is respect for authority and feelings of incompetence. And also, if math is good, things are judged okay. And for both, confirmation bias is a major phenomenon, which is, you know what it is, favoring a line of reasoning which leads to a conclusion considered as correct. So this is a phenomenon of major importance. So this talk will develop this question of the obstacles to critical analysis in physics in this context, and then envisage some tools to facilitate critical analysis in various contexts. Third part, choosing explanations in physics. Can we characterize the decision-making process? And finally, so critical analysis in physics, the obstacles. My sources are about 10 investigations among student teachers on various topics. Most of them conducted with Nicolas Descamps. So we had an investigation on various topics. You can see the varicose balloon, radiocarbon dating, osmosis, capillary rise, etc. The first synthesis in 2020, and more recently, more recently, investigations about the choice of explanation by student teachers with flotation, tensiometer, rainbow, and that's all. So with these investigations, we could document the first question: is being an expert sufficient to detect incoherences or serious inadequacies in physics explanation, in a physics explanation? We would propose the answer no. An example, this is a text posted on a website set up by Ministry of Education in France. The goal is to provide teachers with text that they could propose to their students. This to favor their ability to extract information, as they say. So it's a text from a popularization paper journal. To achieve this exploit, world speed record in freefall, the hero will be equipped with a pressurized suit similar to those used by astronauts, but adapted to resist extremely low temperature, below, etc. The hero will reach an altitude of 40,000 meters in about aboard a capsule, which is also pressurized, attached to a helium balloon. The duration of the jump is in the absence of an atmosphere, Fourier will pass the speed of sound about 30 seconds after, etc. The game is, which question would you pose to students so that they draw the maximum benefit from this text? So I could ask you which question would you pose. Several are proposed in the website. For instance, why a pressurized suit, or why low temperature? But not a word about a strange fact. That is an absence of an atmosphere, no air, in a place where there was a helium balloon. This is really shocking. So it's not a matter of knowing or not. The experts of the Ministry of Education knew about, of course, Archimedes' upthrust. So I define with this, what we call expert anesthesia. That is a critical passivity in a person who is an expert in a domain and has therefore all the necessary knowledge to detect an inconsistency or a serious incompleteness in an explanation relating to this domain, as were the experts of the Ministry of Education. Question 2. Is it necessary to be an expert? Do you have to understand everything about a subject? This is the question now of the necessary condition. Do you have to understand everything about a subject to detect serious inconsistencies or inadequacies in a physics explanation? We would say no. Because some people are able to express a relevant critique even when they know very little about the topic. Example, it's about osmosis. Osmosis is not an easy topic. You don't remember. You go to internet to know what it is, and you find very often, you find those drawings with two compartments separated by a semi-permeable membrane, where the final state is, as you can see, and it's said that the final state of equilibrium is with the same concentration on both parts of the recipient, not same level. It's also written in textbooks on explicitly solute concentration is the same on both sides of the membrane at equilibrium. It's a YouTuber. So the question was, do you understand this explanation, etc. You remember that chemical potential of the solvent that should be the same on both sides of the membrane depends on two variables plus temperature, so that these two variables have to be taken into account, not only one. We had these very rarely, that kind of early critique. We call this because it's from people who know nearly nothing about osmosis. I would have conducted a similar experiment with the same levels. I would add some light in one of the compartments saying, I've just disrupted the equilibrium. This to justify that the final state of equilibrium, as described here, is it's impossible, in fact. So the idea was to consider this state with symmetry, so clearly at equilibrium. And if you add something, you have disrupted. You cannot have an equilibrium like this and like that with the compartment on the right-hand side being in the same state. So another critique was also that with zero solute concentration in the right-hand side compartment, the water, a little dirty, would pass endlessly from right to left because you will never have a zero concentration on the left-hand side. These two critiques have been expressed by people who knew nothing or nearly about osmosis. This is to show that this is possible, even if it is rare. So by far, the most frequent case is when a person who is not an expert of a topic wants to know more about it before expressing any critique. You might say it's reasonable. But before expressing any critique, even if no specialized knowledge would be necessary. So to recapitulate, three cases are observed, main cases. Expert anesthesia, a critical passivity in a person with an expert, and has all the necessary knowledge they knew about Archimedes at first to detect an inconsistency. So, but remains passive on this level. So it's more common than you might think. This is really striking. Delayed critique, it's by far the most frequent case when the topic is not obvious. It's when a person who is not an expert of the topic wants to know more before expressing the least critique, even if you don't need to know anything. An early critique, rare for non-obvious topic, it's possible. It's when a person expresses a relevant critique, even when knowing nearly nothing. So now, from now on, I will suggest that this might be a relevant teaching objective. To have students and teachers able to pose naive questions, you know, and say, well, at least I'm very surprised. So now that we know the obstacles, what could we do to facilitate critical analysis? Simple ideas. You can at least set up a bank of examples that you have analyzed so that people might think about and be warned about these examples, and some grades of analysis to organize this kind of catalog. So as I said, we have many, many examples. You recognize the absence of an atmosphere, but many, many others. I could have as well 2,000 examples. And the grid itself that we propose is, well, simple. In fact, you can guess the main items. Does the explanation lead to a correct result? Yeah, yes, no. It's essential to stress the fact that it is not enough that the result will be correct to warrant the validity of an explanation. Does it contain an internal contradiction? Yes, yes, it exists. Explicitly or implicitly contradicts the law. So you might have guessed these items. What is striking, again, is not especially these lines of analysis, but the fact that they are largely illustrated in our context, school or university context, or in even outreach context. Now, these are manifest flows if you have an internal contradiction, for instance. But it also exists that we observe beyond manifest flows some traps and risks, some risk factors. That is, features that do not condemn an explanation, but set up a suspicion, a risk that it might raise incomprehensions in misunderstanding. An example. You have this situation of a pierced bottle. You find this in several books for well, physics is easy and so on. Also in an encyclopedia, also with Leonardo da Vinci, suggesting that the largest range of the jets is for the lowest hole. Okay, save that. If you perform the experiment, you will find this situation that is the largest range is for the middle hole. You have two important variables, that is the distance for a given hole to the free surface and to the stem. And quite expectedly, you find an expression of the exit velocity linked to H1, the distance to the free surface. And indeed, you can notice that the velocity for the lowest hole is largest. But you need time to proceed toward the impact. And there is this second variable, so that the range is proportional to square root of the product of the two distances, which is maximum for the middle hole. So what happens? It's a prototypical example of an explanation of a phenomena with one variable only, while there are two relevant variables, or more, but two, exit velocity and duration of the fall. Wow. Quite prototypical. What is striking here, again, is that this example, in fact, goes back at least 4 centuries. At least Torricelli had warned that it was not correct, that the persistence of this misunderstanding is what is striking. And there are many, many such examples. Second example, linear causal reasoning. It's connected with analysis of systems, where we need often quasi-static analysis with several variables evolving simultaneously under the constraint of permanent relationships, like with
I think we are having problems with the connection.
And temporal linked, which is a linear causal reasoning with this arrow.
Once repeat the last sentence because the connection doesn't work before.
Sorry?
Please repeat what you say about this slide because the connection was wrong.
The connection is not good?
Yeah, we lost
now yes.
the connection in the last few seconds. So please repeat from the start in this slide.
Well, what we prefer for quasi-static, for systemic analysis, in fact, is what is called here linear causal reasoning. That is stories, where simple phenomena. What is in green is what we like to do, everyday ways of reasoning. So simple phenomena are understood as successive and temporary. You see this linear chain, which has been characterized a long time ago, since Rosalind Driver and other authors. So an example is the siphon. This is Marie Curie, again an expert, you know. The water contained in the long arm of the siphon flows out. A vacuum is created and atmospheric pressure causes the water to rise in the short arm, which is immersed in the container. What is the problem? The water contained in the long arm of the siphon flows out, but why? A vacuum is created, probably in the tube, and atmospheric pressure causes the water to rise in the short arm, which is immersed in the container. The problem is you don't know why the water flows out, and the air pressure is the same at both ends of the tube. Therefore, atmospheric pressure cannot explain the working of siphon. It works without any atmosphere. And the water at times is sucked back into the tank, in this case, for instance. So there are really big problems with this explanation by Marie Curie. What is the cause of this problem? It is in the text structure. Look at this. Water is flowing left. A vacuum is created. Atmospheric pressure causes the water to rise into the short arm right hand side. So you recognize one simple event at a time, localized, events that can be understood as successive and temporary. This is perfect linear causal reasoning. And at the end of the story, atmospheric pressure on the tank, you have forgotten that there was also atmospheric pressure at the beginning of the story on the left-hand side. So now that you have analyzed, you can, and it will be my only example of this here, you can set up a teaching scenario. Because you can say now, well, I hide a part of the system and ask the question, what will happen at the uncorking of the system? Oh, yes, we know. The water flows out. Let's do it again. What will happen if I unclog the tube? This time, the contrary happens. So this is a little teaching scenario to stress the fact that if you don't know anything about the part of the system, you cannot predict what will happen if something happens in another part of the system. Both ends of the tube must be considered at the same time. It's exactly the contrary of linear causal reasoning. And now you can set up a reasoning of fluid statics, explaining that when the tube is plugged, the pressure of the water at the left end of the tube is higher than atmospheric pressure. If its altitude is lower than the surface of the tank, water will flow when uncorking, and it's the contrary in the other case. So, risk like functional reduction and linear causal reasoning. In fact, we set up a list of 14 items. You might find more if you want, but for instance, eco-explanation, it's when an explanation mimics common reasoning, everyday reasoning, to please the audience. Non-standard designation of entities, you know that. Only one cause location taken into account, explicit or implicit suggested story-like explanation, risks with images, risks with analogy and metaphor. I don't insist. But now with this categorization, you can set up a kind of order in your catalog of faulty explanations. You recognize, for instance, a small assimilated to 0 for the atmosphere near the freefall champion, traps of images, etc. So let's go on with some, to recapitulate the first key ideas. Critical analysis is something that we might learn to practice. We are all concerned, experts and users. It's difficult for everyone. Common explanations are very frequent with many types of flows, types of risks, especially linear causal reasoning. Understanding them is a way to better overcome them, for instance, the siphon. And this is for better understanding and to help others better understand. It's another example with the love meter. So the idea is not to denigrate explanations and their authors, but really to inform educational or outreach decision. So now let's imagine that we have to choose an explanation and we would like to characterize which decision-making process use in which context. That's the problem for teachers and for everyone, in fact, which has some talk to give or some to set up a teaching learning sequence. So imagine you have several explanations, and it was a starting point proposed to student teachers in our investigation. You have several explanations, and it's natural to start with a critical analysis in order to set up a comparison based on criteria. Again, very simple ideas. Just, I would like to illustrate this and give you some ideas of the teachers' responses. So could we practice a multi-criteria analysis looking for criteria? You can take your own criteria you have, because teachers are deciders of what they will do the day after. So choosing criteria among grades of flows of risk, for instance, but now it's an explanation for a given audience. So among your choices, there will be, for instance, simplicity, conceptual difficulties according to your audience, compatibility with common sense, mnemonic values, the time it takes, or whatever criteria are important for you. The example of flotation, a simple one. It's been commented on by Paul. I'm very pleased with that. So indeed, the action of a liquid on an immersed solid is often explained in relation to, for instance, density. And then you would, the central idea will be that wood floats and steel, for instance, sinks with experiments, etc., and discussions. So can we set up a quality diagnosis for this first and very, very common and favored type of explanation? Imagine 6 criteria, you might wish 10 if you want, but just to illustrate the process. So for instance, mnemonic value, yes. Compatibility with intuition, yes, it often works. And we are used to throw things, we all did that, throw things in water in lake, for instance, and look at what floats. Conceptual difficulties. Density is an intensive variable, which is, it's in red, because it's an inconvenience, maybe. Functional reduction, yes, because only one variable is taken into account. What about the shape, the way you put the object into the water? The conclusion is based on only one type of experiment, and first of all, or last but not least, the conclusion is not accurate because steel balls float. So, can we have something else to explain flotation? Yes, we have. For instance, the one advocated by John Osborne recently. It's called a hole in the water. You have a plastic cup and you want to put it into the water. You have to push down to push the cup into the water. This is because another force acts in the opposite direction. We call it Archimedes upthrust. You feel it, you can feel it. But after a moment, you're tired, but there is no need to push anymore if we fill the cup with water to the level of the free surface. Well, I'm not obliged to put water in the cup. I can put a steel shell. Its weight can also balance Archimedes upthrust. These are the main steps in this explanation proposed by John Osborne. Well, quality diagnosis taking the same criteria, mnemonic value, more or less. Compatibility with intuition. Yes, you can feel Archimedes upthrust. Conceptual difficulty, positive point, they are extensive variables. Functional reduction, not bad. 2 variables are taken into account, displaced fluid and weight of the object. Accurate conclusion, yes, steel boats can float this time. Now, more difficult points. It's not obvious to reason about the displaced fluid. And well, 2 variables, it's good, but it's also more difficult maybe. And the concept of force may pose some problems to very young students. What about the last point? Logical incompleteness. Well, I was not conscious that there was a logical incompleteness. Oh, yes, but we have to admit, in fact, that the action of the liquid on the solid does not depend on what is in the hole. In fact, you have to admit that the water outside the cup ignores the content of the cup. This is not frequently, to say the least, explained concerning flotation. There is an hypothesis, which is a strong one, because I can, well, before going to another example, we can now have this kind of dashboard to compare the two explanations. I will not tell you what to choose, because you can do whatever you want once more and after discussion. But my point is not to tell anyone what should be done, but only my point here is to stress the fact that now there is a dashboard to make a decision, and you will know what you are favoring or not if you choose one or the other explanation. This has been widely discussed in a symposium last Desera meeting. Now, this example is a counterexample where the water does not ignore the content of the hole, because it's a tensiometer. And the idea is to measure the surface tension, knowing the force that is needed to balance this traction from the hole. But the hole this time knows what is in the hole. And this is why we will have some information about the surface tension, gamma LV, which is free enthalpy per surface area or force per unit length of contact line. So an explanation for this situation, there is one in terms of, very often it's said, energy, in fact, it's free energy or free enthalpy, etc. So this explanation is very, very simple, formally simple, but not conceptually simple, but well, it's very elegant. You pull your immersed body by delta H, and there is an area passing from wet to dry, which is a very simple way to evaluate the change in free energy. And then with the theorem of virtual work, the relationship, which is here, F external force equals gamma LV cos theta, is very, well, comes very quickly. But well, you might say, I would prefer or see if with the forces, internal forces, it will not be interesting, because this first explanation does not mention internal forces. It's a great elegance. So what about internal forces? We probably, you all know this diagram, which represents a force exerted by the liquid on an immersed solid with the angle of contact, and the relationship still the same. They are accurate relations in each case. Well, it's very easy to find. By far the most common, but some people, Marchand, Andreotti, Das, etc., said, oh, we prefer this one. This one with the forces at the level of the corner, and these two others that I will explain. There, and the total force is accurate, they find the same result. The point is that it's not only the surface that pulls, because the attraction of a molecule of the solid by molecules of the liquid, just around the corner, cannot be tangential to the surface of the liquid, because it's directed towards the inside of the liquid, because because you've just molecules pulling on another one. There are central forces, and the total force is directed towards the inside of the fluid. So now, what was the standpoint of Marchand, etc.? They're represented in violet, this force at the level of the corner towards the inside of the fluid. And also the forces that intervene at the interface between the liquid and the solid due to the curvature of this interface. Well, you might wish some expression, analytic expression, they will come. But the strong point is that it's a miracle. When you add these two kinds of forces, you find the force in black. And finally, you come across the same result with, I don't insist on the values, they are well expressed in the paper by Marchand et al. What is important is that the black force integrates the local attraction near the triple line, which is not tangent to the surface, and the effect of the curvature of the solid. So you can use this black force thinking that it's only the surface that is pulling on the body, which is a wrong idea. But anyway, you have the right result, and you can go with this with your studies on capillarities. And this is very frequently done to suggest that these forces express all the reality of this system. So now, validate diagnosis for the two explanations. Well, you might say arbitrary point of application, yes for the first, no for the second, because I remind you that the point of application in the first case is meaningless, has no meaning, it's a total force. Irrelevant forces acting on an immaterial line, because it's very frequent considering capillarity forces. Here it's well on the body, that's good. Logical incompleteness, yes in the first case, no in the second. Accurate conclusion, yes and yes. Well, but it is not enough now to choose which explanation you will take, because you have an audience and you might say, well, mnemonic value compatibility with intuition, not bad for the first one. Conceptual difficulty, let us say less, not too much. But in the second explanation with distributed forces, you see all this is negative. So again, I will not tell you what to do. But our teachers expressed very strongly, and it will be a remark for our discussion, we come up with the simplicity completeness dilemma, very strongly expressed. Very controversial. These are comments by our student teachers. Simplicity is the most important thing. But soon after, I will come back to this later, the first explanation. Oh no, I would have put incompleteness as a good point. It makes fewer parameters to be taken into account. Yes, it's more simple, but it's irrelevant. Now, it's too simple, in fact, after a while. And strong feeling. I hate myself because I choose the first explanation. And after a while, and changing his mind, I won't hate myself anymore. You see, it's really strong debate. And also, if you understand, it becomes simple. Several of these contradictory comments can be expressed by the same teacher, according to the time. Well, I don't see why my students shouldn't understand what I've understood. So here you find a really fight, an internal fight in their minds. So quality diagnosis, we suggest, is a tool for the personal work of understanding for yourself which explanation will I choose for myself, a tool for discussion among colleagues. I think for instance, what was said by Genaro Guizazola when he said we must express, make explicit the reasons for a sequence. And it's also, I would say that it is a rich task, also thinking of Eilish, this discussion among colleagues on the basis of multi-criteria analysis. It's a technique to be taught especially for teacher preparation, and it favors an awareness of what we are doing when we reason and when we teach. Of course, it's a very preliminary step in designing a sequence, and of course, I'm conscious of this. And maybe also a strong point is the fact that simplicity is not a simple notion. It's a notion to work on in teacher preparation, because you have to distinguish between a useful simplification. We have to practice simplification. You cannot tell everything and so on. But there are also some toxic simplification that ruins the validity of an explanation. For instance, when you are saying that the hot air balloon has the same pressure inside, outside, at any height, and this is really toxic for the sustentation of the object. Final remarks. Critical analysis should be taught to students and student teachers as a recurrent activity intrinsic to scientific reasoning. You will tell me, yes, we know, because it's claimed everywhere. But I would add, not limited to experimental practice, because much has been done concerning critical analysis for experimental practice. Not limited to socio-scientific issues, because you have also plenty of investigations in this regard, but critical analysis of simply texts or that are in the textbooks or wherever, and expressed by experts. I mean text authored by persons presenting themselves as experts, and of course on the internet. Among experts, precisely, an awareness of the rituals of teaching practice should be developed. We experts, or supposed experts, are not enough aware of our possible expert anesthesia. Two psychocognitive effects. I should have spoken about metacognitive and psychocognitive effects, which are essential in this domain, both reinforced by teaching habit and confirmation bias. Look, for instance, at the idea that it is a surface that pulls on an immersed body. It works, and it is very resistant between because the result works. The conclusion is correct. So these phenomena need to be kept in mind. One is commonly ignored of expert anesthesia. The other is a feeling. The other psychocognitive effect is a feeling of incompetence of our students. Who am I, they say, to criticize those important people? This is really an obstacle. We should, I suggest, discuss explicitly with them and give them example like the osmosis, where they are able to criticize an explanation even if they don't know about osmosis. The implication of this phenomena for the practice of critical analysis would require substantial research development, even if there are, well, first steps. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
And apologize for incidents.
Thank you. We have a comment from Marisa. Marisa, do you want to say by yourself?
I don't want to subtract the time to other people. I wanted to leave such a sort of comment, which is very emotional reaction to such a sort of wonderful talk. So I have to thank one more Laurence for accepting to be with us, for underline such a sort of very important point as functional reduction, critical analysis, toxic simplification, and the way in which we have to pay attention in research and in teacher education. We are absolutely unable to be proper at that level, but we learn a lot by your examples. And your examples, as I wrote, are fascinating drama to experience what happens during the reasoning of students. So the focus I learned all my life by you, and now an additional contribution you gave me, just on the way in which we have to look at the reasoning of students and of teachers. Explanation is a very relevant point, but I don't want to subtract the time. I want only to underline my emotion and my thankfulness by the contribution of Laurence. I will only to revise a recording talk to be able to apply what I learned by her. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Marisa. You're too good for me.
So thank you, Laurence, also from me, and I'm sure from all the people here. And now the last talk of this first session this afternoon is Italo Testa. Italo is Associate Professor of Physics Education at the Department of Physics, A. Pancini of the Federico II University of Naples. He participated in many research projects, and his research interests concern the development of didactic pathways in quantum mechanics and basic astronomy, and the study of students' motivation and attitudes towards physics. Research methods he apply and teaches how to apply include factorial methods, cluster analysis, and structural models. He deals with the initial training of future teachers in mathematics and physics on laboratory topics based on the inquiry methodology. So please.
Okay, thank you, Claudio. Thanks to Laurence. I have to also thanks to Laurence because I had the privilege to begin my research in physics education in a project in which there was Laurence some time ago. So I have to thank Laurence because it's a real honor to be here to talk after her. And so thanks also, of course, to Marisa for the invitation. So I will share my screen. Do you see something?
Yes, we see.
Okay. So you see also in the presentation.
Yes, it is in presentation.
Okay, so my talk is about the critical review of quantitative methods in physics education research. So just a brief outline of my talk. And first I will say something about why quantitative methods, first in education and then in physics education. Then I will go through very quickly in instruments that we use in physics education to gather quantitative data and some of the techniques used to analyze data in what we call validation and experimental, quasi-experimental studies. Then I will go through also very quickly in exploratory factor analysis, confirmatory structural equation modeling, Russian analysis. And then finally, I will put forth some suggestions for some quantitative studies in physics education research. So why quantitative methods in education? Well, the first answer would be based on what we have heard on this afternoon. Most of the claims that we have made before inquiry should be based on some kind of measurements of students' learning. So the important things in using quantitative method in education is to infer some causal relationships among variables of interest, apply inquiry and learning, for instance. But also, there are some nuances very interesting here that is important to reduce biases in analysis. When we analyze data, we have to take into account a lot of noise, and so quantitative methods can help in reducing some biases in our analysis. And also important, foster the replicability of the studies. So you have seen the results of inquiry are quite things that someone has found. In physics education, more or less something that you have already seen yesterday and today in the previous talk. One may wonder, and this is something that I took from Stefanel from his introduction to quantitative methods. Since per field, since physics education research, there are some physics education fields from the physics research in general. There should be emphasis on quantitative research in pair also. Well, yes or no? Yes and no, because the answer is actually we can try to discuss a little bit, but there are some differences between the research in physics that is quantitative and research in physics education research. Of course, in physics education, mainly depends on what I call the national schools. We in Italy have a kind of tradition. In Germany, there is another tradition. In France, in Spain, and so on. But most of all, quantitative methods used in pair are really different from those in physics education, in physics research. Why? Because we measure different kind of variables. What we call constructs. Example of constructs are motivation, identity, engagement, conceptual learning, self-efficacy, and the list can go on forever. So it is not a matter of measure density or measure the resistance and so on. These are constructs and they are very different in nature from the quantity that we have in physics. We also have a lot of limitations. So even if this is a talk about quantitative method, I cannot refrain from putting forth the limitations of the quantitative research. Samples are not always representative of populations. There is a lot of violation of normality, which means that sometimes we cannot do anything quantitative. There is a very rarely the power analysis, so which means that we don't design the studies in a suitable way. We have most of the cases convenience sample that limits our conclusions, missing responses, poor designs, and so on. We have a lot of absence of longitudinal studies. Sometimes also the instruments are not calibrated. So these are a lot of limitations, but still new insights can be obtained even with such limitation, because sometimes we need also with this limitation to put forth something that can be replicable and so usable for also for other researchers. So which are the instruments that we use to gather quantitative data? So what are the instruments that we use to collect data about inquiry or about some other approach? Okay, we will not go through, of course, the lecture about quantitative method, but of course everyone knows about categorical data, and these are some of the main instruments that you can find in, for instance, in Fisport website, from the class, the PMI, MNPEX, and so on. These are all the instruments that measure attitudes, orientations, motivations, and so on. And this gave you idea about the categorical data. So you ask the students to be if they are in agreement or disagreement with some of these statements. But also and historically has been the main line of research in quantitative studies, we collect continuous, more or less continuous data with first concept inventory, first and motion conceptual evaluation, and the list goes on also in this case forever. So there are lots of instruments and lots of application for this one. So what we will discuss in this afternoon are two main kinds of studies: the validation studies and the experimental studies. What we do in validation studies, more or less, we try to find out if the instrument is good enough to measure what we want. So this this is a good way to introduce our first method, is factor analysis. Factor analysis is used in most of the validation studies because this is called exploratory factor analysis, because it helps us uncover structures of construct underlying the set of original variables. You have 36 questions, 60 questions, 90 questions. You cannot go on and analyze all these kind of questions. You need something that is underlying, and of course this is to be more or less theory driven, and we will go on in this regard later. And you assume that variability in the data is caused by the existence of such latent constructs that you cannot see and you cannot measure directly. You can only measure them indirectly. Then once we have done the exploratory factor analysis, you usually go through and make a confirmatory factor analysis, which is most useful to test hypotheses. So it is theory driven. So you have to make some assumptions on the theory and then test it with your data. If the model fits your data. It is inferential, so it means that we have, as in physics, as is very important, global model fit indices that say if your model is good enough for your data. When do we use exploratory factor analysis and when do we use confirmatory? We use exploratory factor analysis when we have to develop a completely new instrument and to identify the underlying factor structure that we don't know, and identify, for instance, also the structure of conceptual test. Questions, can we do it? We will show that there has been some problems in the literature about this kind of application of exploratory factor analysis that would be very interesting for someone who has never read some paper. When do we use instead the confirmatory factor analysis? Every time that we use some of the instruments that we download from the Fisport website, we should do a confirmatory factor analysis because they are validated, or at least most of them validated instruments. So we need to see if the model fits with our data. So since our data are new population, new sample for a population, for a new population, then we need to do a confirmatory factor analysis. And also when you develop a completely new instrument after a first analysis with the AFA. As also, and we will go through this later, also as part of what is called a structural model. Okay, so let's start with some kind of example. Everyone knows first concept inventory. I will not go through this, of course. First concept inventory in the early 19th. In 2012, there is the first paper that addresses, not the first, but we will see, the first paper in exploratory factor analysis of first concept inventory. The aim was to understand what are the underlying dimensions of first concept inventory. What is the history behind? Well, the history is very interesting because in 1995, Hoffman and Heller published another paper just after the publication of first concept inventory, which was also published in Physics Teacher, and the title is expressive. What does the first concept inventory actually measure? The idea is that, of course, the critique that was done by Hoffman and Heller is that the Estnes and Alun did not make the exploratory factor analysis of their concept inventory. So they performed the exploratory factor analysis, and they did not find the same dimensions that were stated or claimed in the original paper. So this came to a reply, of course, by Estnes and Alun to respond to such critique. And in this reply paper, they say that even if they didn't do the factor analysis, they could categorize these questions of the first concept inventory because there were some they were based on the experience, interviews, open answer, and so on. And this is a justification that will come also later. So remember this one. So as far as I know, more than 15 years pass before some of our community goes on through this matter and try to do a real and the exploratory factor analysis. The results are in 2012 the following ones. They found actually 5 factors in the first concept inventory with a large data set. Of course, the 15 years gap was justified because it's to make a stronger exploratory factor analysis, you need large samples. So unless you have at your disposal very big sample, you cannot do this kind of analysis. So it took about 15 years to have in the FISPort portal all the data needed to do an important exploratory factor analysis. So this is also one of the reasons for such delay, such time lag. So this is the factor 1, identification of forces. The second factor is Newton's first law. Third factor, second law and kinematics. Newton's first law with cancelling forces, and 5, Newton's third law. More or less, these factors are align well with the original categories of questions in SNS alone, but from this exploratory, these are obviously stronger because you have a statistical basis on that. And for example, this is a very well-known question, and this is for identification of forces. But the next question that is related to the first one is another factor, this Newton's first law. As you can see here, one can also debate about if two questions that are more or less related, because the second one follows from the first one, can be of different factors. So As you can see here, it is right that the exploratory factor analysis can be done, but there are some nuances to be aware and to take with some caution these results. For instance, these are in a recent paper in 2019. As you all know, BIMA and the conceptual evaluation and the brief conceptual evaluation about electromagnetism are in the early 2000. We as expected 20 years to make an exploratory factor analysis of this one. Of course, one can say we don't need any of this kind. This is also true, but it's interesting because when you do this kind of analysis, you can find very strange results. For instance, in the BIMA, you find questions about Lorentz force, magnetic fields, but also all the questions about electric circuits cannot be factorized in any way. If you know something also very shallow about the exploratory factor analysis, you can see these loadings of 20, which roughly represents correspondence between the correlation between the questions and the latent factor. These loadings of the 0.20, 0.28, 0.26 are really low, not to mention 0.17. In psychometric analysis, all the loadings lower than 0.4, the questions should be eliminated. Okay, so this, of course, we don't need to eliminate anything from the BIMA and also from the conceptual evaluation of electromagnetism, but we should be aware that this guy, in this sense, when you use factor analysis, you cannot use with every kind of data, because there are some limitations. Proof factor loadings conceptual tests were designed to uncover some other things, misconception, not correlation between students' responses to different. So they are expected low correlation. So this is the results of the factor analysis. Conceptual tests also do not measure personal traits. So someone can also say it is completely not useful to do this kind of exploratory factor analysis. But still, there is some need to do some psychometrics improvement or improvement of this kind of tests. There are also samples from different classes, because the whole database that we all have now about the first concept inventory is very different classes, different teachers, different background, different teachers, so and so on. All factors influence students' ability and also item difficulty. So in this kind of tests, there are some limitations. Okay, so we need to do some of this kind of methodologies with other kind of tests. Yes, okay. So let's try with the learning attitudes toward science. It's called the well-known class. Okay. I took this as an example of confirmatory factor analysis. It is a very recent paper, as you can see, published on 1 month ago, exactly 1 month ago, in which there is the evaluation, the psychometric evaluation of the class. Class is a very well-known instrument in physics education, probes the students' beliefs about physics, and measure the extent to which students have beliefs that align with those held by professional physicists, by Adams and colleagues in 2006. So the class can be readily used, for instance, to measure effects of inquiry. So if one of us is asking, okay, is my intervention about inquiry very useful or not, you can use class. You can use class. This is the question. Okay. This is some of the results. For instance, these are some of the statements. When I'm solving a physics problem, I try to decide what is the reasonable value. I found the reading, so you can read this one. And for instance, on the left-hand side, you can see expert-like beliefs. On the right-hand side, if you express agreement with the right-hand side, knowledge in physics consists of many disconnected topics. It is novice-like. I repeat, this was designed to measure the effects of general introductory courses at the university in Colorado. So it was used to not assessment of final evaluation, but formative assessment. It is really important, this one, to keep in mind this one. Okay, so also in this case, there is a reply, because in 2010, more or less, the Douglas et al., they feel the need to answer some of the critics and some of the other analyses that were done on their own question. So they express that the class, they say that the class measure was the class measures the students' ability, not the students' ability, but the students' alignment or not with something that physics do. So it is important, this the final part of the statement, not by anywhere defined theoretical construct that we set out to measure. This is a really dangerous claim, because in any question that we know, we know that they should be theory driven. So if the authors admit that they have constructed the instrument without referring to theoretical construct, this is something that we should be a little bit worried. So, and they go on in their defense. Presentation use statistical tests and so on. However, the standard acceptable range of values for this standard statistical were determined for tests with different goals and not appropriate for formative assessment. This is true, of course, because the class and other formative assessment used in educational research serve a much different purpose. Different statistical criteria should be used. The critique was that not all the 41 statements in the class were strong enough to survive, and so some other researchers that I will show here. There are some other researchers that put all these statements in the class. They use in only 3 dimensions, for instance. In the latter paper, this is in the original categories of the class: connection, personal interest, sense making, connection, conceptual connection, so on. The latter analysis found only three factors. And there is another, and these are the representation of the classical confirmatory factor analysis. You see the 3, and you can see here that you have declined from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 categories to 2. And that's why the original author say, no, you cannot dismiss the idea. So what is the truth? Yes, the truth is that there are different ways of thinking about this kind of question. And the latter that was published only found two underlying dimensions to class, not 7, not 8. And of the 41 items, there are only 11 left. So the question is, when you want to measure the effectiveness of inquiry-based teaching sequence, what class do you use? The first one with 41 items, or the last one? Of course, you can choose whatever you want, but you have to decide and justify your answer. So my advice is that before using, that's why I always advise to make a confirmatory factor analysis to see if our data, the model fit our data, and justify best from the theoretical point of view which, for instance, which version of the question should be used. So the point is, doesn't matter what you use, but use it in a way that is aware of the many nuances that we go through using this kind of instruments. Okay, because you can see here personal connection to physics and problem solving practice. Why problem solving practice can be more or less something that you can say, okay, this is what physicists do and what physicists do and what physicists don't do. But the personal connection to physics, I think about the physics I experience in everyday life. I study physics to learn knowledge and so on. it is very hard to say this is a way in which the physicists think. Why? And this, of course, the underlying problem was that the original items were not done from the theoretical construction. And also this one, this is also not a standard representation, but I will skip this. Okay, further examples of confirmatory factor analysis. Since there are many issues also with CAS question, there is no wonder that many other tools emerged to measure similar constructs. So, for instance, this is one of the most cited paper is the physics metacognition inventory by Tasubishugasi, and colleagues, and from 2015. This is really nice paper with a very strong theoretical framework, and also a very nice validation with the criterion related validity. So with other questionnaires that should measure the same thing that in the correlation measured. These are some of the items in the questionnaire. This is the confirmatory factor analysis. They also go on with the rationalize, we will see later. But you can see here that in this kind of validation, and also this, you can use this for assessment, for formative assessment, but also to have an idea of your sample, of your students. You can see here that you can get some insights about how they monitor their knowledge of the students, evaluate themselves, how they go on to the practice, and so on. This is another very recent paper in 2021 by Alberto and Mickey and the Cook in UN. This is the physics affective characteristic scale, a long question also in this case, with 51 items in 11 subscales. Well, one can say, but it is not too much. Yes, a little bit too much, but of course you can use in some part. At least there are all these dimensions are theoretically justified. So you can go through the situational interest, personal interest, relevance to physics. So you can see these are very, very similar to class, but with the little bit difference that every one of these items were drawn by the literature and not by students or university instructors, as in the case of CAS. These are one of the instruments that we use in one of our recent paper in 2021, and when we analyze the effects of the COVID-19 instruction, we use a kind of instrument like the one before, with less, with only 30 items, in which we try to understand the self-regulation mechanism, metacognition, self-efficacy, engagement, anxiety during and after the COVID-19. And so we also have done a confirmatory factor analysis, of course. But as you can see, even if we try to draw this this instrument from the literature, we needed to rethink about it, and so now we are trying to align it with the engagement construct as in the Frederick's 2004 model. So once you have done the confirmatory factor analysis, we have some kind of instrument. But as you have seen also before, in physics education practice, we have several variables to measure. How can we deal with them? And so this is there is the need. It arises the need to make some experimental or quasi-experimental study. And what we use to do this kind of study, we use what we call the structural expression modeling. What is the STEM? What is structural expression modeling? A collection of statistical methods for multivariate relationship to understand the relation between a lot of variables which have a lot of values. It integrates regression, standard regression, with classical regression analysis, and factor analysis also. Most important, it is theory-driven. It means that you have to study literature, say, okay, this is the literature, this is my hypothesis. If you don't have a hypothesis, you cannot do anything that is predictors for something more for your next for the next research, and so on for next research. So it should be the most important things about the structural regression is this kind of deductive use of science, so theory driven. So it is because and also you have indices that say if your model fits your data, so you can hypothesize whatever you want. Also, just only the hypothesis would be a really nice work. But then you need to put into test your hypothesis. Why should to test hypothesis? Something that is not so common in physics education research. Infer causal relationship. What cause the students learn more, learn less in inquiry? Which aspects of inquiry? Which aspects of the students' motivation, interest that was driven by inquiry caused more or less learning? This is a causal relationship. And we need this to be very precise about which variable influence another variable. And we also estimate the direct and indirect effect. Why we have a lot of study about inquiry, about all the other things, the other studies that do not found anything or are inconclusive. Maybe we have to measure some other variables that have some indirect effect, or some variables that mediate the effect of another variable that we didn't think that was important, but it is important because it is only an indirect effect. And so how to test it? Through structural regression modeling. To generalize our results, we cannot be saved enough anymore with saying that my teacher, we are already done, Claudio, 5 minutes, okay, yes. So, yes, so to generalize our result, because we cannot be enough satisfied with say that this class is okay, this other class is okay, so this is an example of structural regression modeling in which, for instance, we can say that we measure the self-efficacy of engineering students in physics, that how this self-efficacy is impacted by the recognition, the interest, self-image, physics through the engagement. So why don't put to test the hypothesis that the engagement of students is really that is important in inquiry-based learning? This is a way to test this hypothesis, in which you see that the engagement mediates the effect of identity, interest, recognition on, for instance, the self-efficacy or, for instance, the performance. So the example of STEM, this is a model that we have implemented with engineering students. They are the same. This is the way in which we have done this with Amos. There are a lot of papers now in the high impact journal that uses structural regression modeling. This one is not very recent, but 2 years ago, by Zia Azari, and this is one about the very well-known physics identity construct. And so you can see here that structural regression modeling allows to understand what are the factors that influence physics identity, and so on. There is another recent paper in 2021 about the effect of gender, self-efficacy, interest on the perception of learning environment. So that we know that is important in academic retention and academic performance of students. As you can see here, there are the gender variable, the perception of the learning environment, and so on. So we need to know how these variables affect the outcomes and so on. So here, I will skip this one, but this is very recent, for instance. So these are the sources of gender differences in the competency, belief, and retention in introductory pre-medical science course physics. And Witherspoon and Schoen show that the physics to the retention in physics, introductory physics 2, is influenced not only by the grade in physics 1, of course, but also by sense of belonging, post-competence beliefs, and so on. And one of the important results is that it's poorly actual understanding of physics context, poorly aligned with the students' competence beliefs. So there is a real mismatch between what they really think, what they really do, what they really know, and what they think they can do. And only through structural equation modeling you can uncover this kind of relationship. This is I will skip this one about the astronomy education research. And last, I will also skip the rationalizes, but everyone we can discuss maybe in some other way. And I will go through the last the last one. Yes, some suggestion for quantitative studies. So that's 2 minutes. Okay, so some suggestions for future studies. Some more, I would like to see some more hypothesis testing with theory on the forefront. So very well structured study in which you want to start with the literature background, derives some important variables that are relevant for learning, for self-efficacy, and so on, test and put forth the hypothesis and then test them with some methods. What will you know? What would you need? Confirmatory factor analysis, structural equation modeling, of course, rationalizes also relation. Then, chasing environmental influences on physics learning. How can you do this? How can you be sure that is the attention, not attention, the students were, and so on? How can you be sure? You have to measure something. And what do? You should use here, again, structural equation model. And also the retention in physics studies. We have big problems in saying which are the students, in predict which are the students that will go through in the university after the first year, which students will fail. What can we? How can we know this one? Well, we can measure initial interest, we can measure the school grades and so on, and then make, for instance, a logistic relation. Without this kind of models, everything is only a speculation. So, the PCK of physics teachers. There are a lot of studies about the new consensus model in PCK. I would like to see more studies in precisely in physics education. There is in science, there are also in physics, but in which we can measure the effect of affective variables of, for instance, the self-efficacy of teachers, and so on. And what we need, the Rush model, for instance, because you have to validate your instrument. And also then you can run a structural equation model and so on, because it would be very important to see why this particular teacher has applied in a very well and sound way the inquiry approach. Was it that he was interested? Was it that it was a very high self-efficacy, or some other things? We need to know. Otherwise, we will always say that we have only 2-3 teachers in our group that are important, and so on and so on. So, okay, the profiles of students on. This is the key references that I put forth for reference, for brief reference. If one of you want to deepen some of the things that I've shown in my talk, these are my current team at the department: Silvio, Alberto, Gianmarco, Danilo, Alessia, and the external team: Irene, Emanuele, and Silvio. And I should thank them a lot, because not a thing would be possible without them, and also the other all the other community in Italy that has supported our our research and so on. So thanks very much. Sorry for being late. Okay, but I hope that this will be interesting for some of you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Italo. No, you are exactly in time. We are now at 40 minutes. And obviously, this theme was huge, and there wasn't any possibility to complete the view of quantitative analysis in 40 minutes, but you surely gave us a good introduction to many of the methods we all should.
Just to give an idea, yeah, just to give some ideas, some ideas.
Has also some comment, I see. Please, Marisa.
Comment is written. I have a question. So the comment is written.
Of course.
I have a question. The way in which we conceptualize reality is related to the context. And so knowledge and learning is in some sense situated, not in some sense, is situated. And also for that, strongly related to personal experience in the way in which we have learned and the way in which we are, we behave in front of the learning. Recently, I read a lot of papers, very, very important, related to emotive competencies and the role of emotion in the learning process. So as you have underlined how in your analysis methods you find many variables that are normally not considered, I ask you if you have taken into account the recent research, or if you find some hints for what concern emotional role in learning process. Many thanks.
Yes, of course, Marisa, because all the affective variables in general can have some relevance in learning. And as far as my latest understanding of these variables is in engagement there is a lot of what is called the emotional engagement. This is one of the dimensions also that was already postulated in the Falec's model, in which there is not only emotion in a sense. There are also some other aspects of the affective, and so it is also anxiety, for instance, is a kind of emotion, and we have seen, and also a lot of papers in US by this single group say that anxiety is really important that affects self-efficacy, which in turn affects learning. So as you can see, these are these variables that we already know, because many are also in the previous talk, we know that the engagement in the classroom is important. There was something that we
strongly related to engagement.
Strongissimo, is ultra strongly related. There is something that is something that we already know. Every one of us can have some sort of idea of this. But what is different with this, not my methods, but the methods developed by research, is that you can measure. You can try to have some idea. An idea would be a little bit quantitative, a little bit that you can say, okay, more of this, then more of this. This is be very important in some part, 30% more, 10% more, so and so on. So this is important, not to use the measurement word, but to use something that the correlation is important and so on. So I really, of course, I completely agree with you, Marisa, and I hope that more you know what my wishes are. There is more, especially in Italy, more of these studies in which we try to achieve some more understanding about these variables and how they act in physics learning processes. They are very important. Thanks.
Okay. I don't think, Alberto, I don't think there are any other questions. Okay, so thank you very much to all.
We gain a little bit room for being time in the next session.
Yes.
Can you please announce that the next session will start at
Yes, I was
PM set in time.
Yes. So we'll thank you to all the speakers of this session, and we will see again in 40 minutes, so at 6 Central European time, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you.
understanding, developed active learning approaches, including real-time physics and interactive lecture demonstration, home-adapted interactive lecture demonstration, and IO Labs real-time physics. He is a promoter and is a pioneer in this area. In addition, he served in the presidential chain of AAPT from 2009 to 2012, serving as a president during 2011. He conducted numerous faculty development workshops all over the world. The American Association for Physics Teachers awarded him in 2020 by means of Ørsted Medal for his outstanding widespread and lasting impact on the teaching of physics. And in 2007, Robert Millikan Medal. He also awarded the 2020 Girard Medal and the American Physical Society APS in 2010 Excellence in Physics Education Award. He has presented workshops in over 30 developing countries as part of the UNESCO ICTP Active Learning in Optics and Photonics, ALOP. Is a program, a special program, ALOP, winner for 2011 SPRE Education Award. So he received many awards, and he have our heart because he inspired a lot of people among physics education research in the perspective of ICT, a new way and new methods by means of the way in which we can promote learning using ICT. So please, David, I thank you so much on behalf of the whole community in physics education research and of the community of the fundamental frontier of physics. Many thanks. Please.
Thank you so much, my dear friend and colleague, Marisa. It's a great pleasure to be here. I only wish I could actually be in Istanbul, but let me go ahead. So I want to talk about some virtual learning materials, but I first want to give some background. But let me, of course, thank my collaborators of over 35 years, Ron Thornton of Tufts University and Priscilla Laws of Dickinson College. This group, the Activity-Based Physics Group, which we founded, was the winner of the 2010 APS Excellence in Physics Education Award, as Marisa said. And also I need to thank the National Science Foundation and the US Department of Education for funding our research and development work. So here's what I will talk about. First of all, what is the problem that we addressed? Second, characteristics of our active learning environments. Some background on in-class interactive lecture demonstrations, and then home-adapted ILDs, their design features, the availability of multimedia resources, and a couple of examples. A little bit about distance learning in laboratory, and then finally wrap up in questions. So
please, David, share screen. You have to share screen.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was sharing screen. It went away. Is that good? Okay, is that good now?
Yes, it's okay.
Should I go back or you
no,
haven't
it's
seen?
perfect. Oh, maybe as you prefer.
Okay, no, this is fine. I can start from here. So the problems that we tried to address. So as we well know, students come into an introductory physics course at the high school or college level with definite views about physics, which they have gathered from their previous experiences. And these explanations are often incorrect. And physics education research has demonstrated quite strongly that if they're taught in a traditional manner, that these views will not be changed by the introductory physics course, regardless of the skill of the instructor. In other words, if no effort is made to engage students in the learning process, they will not learn physics concepts. And with the pandemic, in the last 2 years, many teaching environments have actually been considerably worse than traditional. So the question is, can we maintain an active learning environment for our students when we have to teach virtually? So I love to think about Bart Simpson saying, "I will not learn physics concepts," or Sheldon saying, "I deliver perfect lectures. Why don't they learn from them?" So the proposed solution that we made actually 30 years ago, or many people made a number of years ago, is active learning environments that complement the more quantitative work in an introductory course. So what are characteristics of active learning environments? The instructor's role is as a guide, not as the authority. Students construct their knowledge from observations as much as possible. We use a learning cycle of prediction, observation, and comparison to challenge students' beliefs. Collaboration with peers is encouraged. Laboratory work is often used to learn basic physics concepts. And the use of PER-validated active learning materials in all components of the introductory course. So, one of these strategies that we developed is interactive lecture demonstrations. The question we asked 30 years ago was, can an active learning environment be created in a large or small lecture? And the answer, up until the pandemic, was yes, through the use of in-class interactive lecture demonstrations. So let me talk a little bit about, for those of you who don't know about interactive lecture demonstrations, what are they? And they consist of small demonstrations presented with an 8-step process. So let me give you an example from image formation. So step number 1 is describe the demonstration and do it for the class without displaying the results. And here I am presenting a demonstration on image formation, and I'll say a little bit more about this as we go along. Ask the students to record their individual predictions on a prediction sheet. And so here is a sample prediction sheet. And you can see in demonstration number 1, students are asked, they have an object, a converging lens. The object is outside the focal point, and they're asked to draw a simple ray diagram to show how the image would be formed. And then they're asked, is the image real or virtual? So students would fill this out on their prediction sheet. And here's the third step: have the class engage in small group discussions. And this is actually a group of students in Pune, India, a couple of years ago, discussing their predictions. Elicit common student predictions from the whole class. So students volunteer their predictions. And this is a group of students at the University of Udine. about 4 years ago, and they are volunteering their predictions about a demonstration. Fifth step, ask each student to record their final prediction on the prediction sheet. In other words, they can change their prediction at this point if they think it's merited. And then carry out the demonstration and display the results. In the case of the image formation demonstration, as you've seen, the apparatus consists of 2 light bulbs, which are point sources on the top and bottom of the object, which is an arrow, and a large acrylic cylindrical lens, which is placed on a whiteboard. Oops. When the 2 light bulbs are lit, this is what it looks like, and students can observe that the light from the top bulb is focused to a point at the bottom. The light from the bottom bulb is focused to a point at the top, and therefore the image is located here. It is inverted. It is a real image. What we do is we ask a few students to volunteer and describe the results and discuss them in the context of the demonstration. So this is a photo of something like 200 or 300. These are actually faculty members in a workshop in Takamatsu, Japan. And there's one person standing up in front of the class describing the results and talking about them. And then students are able to fill out a result sheet, which is identical to the prediction sheet, and which they can keep and take home with them as a record of what they did in the class that day. And oops. Let me show you the next demonstration before I go on to the next step. So the next demonstration asks, what would happen if we block the top half of the lens in the same experimental condition? Again, we go through all the steps, and then we do the demonstration. And here I am blocking the top half of the lens. And as you can see, light from both the top and the bottom of the arrow is still focused to the same points, and therefore the image still appears at the same location, but the image is dimmer because only half as much light reaches that point. Again, I would have volunteers from the class describe their observations for the entire class. And then finally, let's look at the third demonstration, which is what would happen if you blocked half of the object. And here I'm blocking the top bulb. And of course, no light from the top bulb can reach the lens. And therefore, we only see half of the image in this case. And finally, the eighth step, which I would have done for each of those 3 demonstrations so far, is, if it's appropriate, ask the students if they can think of a physical situation or an analogous situation with different surface features, or maybe even an application of this that helps to understand the demonstration. And in this particular case, there are 2 examples, namely a camera aperture or the iris in our eyes, where we close down part of the lens and yet we still see the entire image, only with less light and therefore dimmer. And so this process of 8 steps is followed for each of the short lecture demonstrations in each ILD sequence. Okay, of course, the important question is, do students learn from ILDs, which is the question that must be asked about any new strategy for learning. Oops. And we've answered that question in published research results using the light and optics conceptual evaluation. This is a multiple choice test that uses research validated multiple choice questions based on previous research, using open-ended assessments and interviews. There's one set of questions on the light and optics conceptual evaluation, which are called the image formation questions. There is a lens, there's an object, there's a real image formed on the screen, just as they've been looking at in their demonstrations. It's inverted, and a number of questions are asked. What will happen? How will the image be changed if you do make a number of changes? Block half the lens, block half the object, remove the lens, move the lens further away, etc., etc. And when you look at the results, you find that compared to pre-instruction, based on passive instruction, traditional instruction, the gain from pre-instruction till the end of all instruction is only a 20% gain from the pretest. So if you then include a 1-hour sequence of interactive lecture demonstrations like the ones that I've showed you, the gain is now 80% from pre-instruction. And this has been repeated a number of times at a number of different locations. The last question on the light and optics conceptual evaluation is a modified ray diagram. It shows a situation with an object, a lens, and an image formed on a screen, and asks the students simply to continue the 4 rays, 2 from the top of the arrow and 2 from the bottom of the arrow, and show how the image is formed. So it's a little bit of a strange question because they're already told where the image is and how it's located. They have to continue the rays. After traditional instruction, only 1/3 of the students are able to do this. Now, by the way, in traditional instruction includes doing problems, applying the lens equation, and so on and so forth. Only 1/3 of the students are able to draw these rays, when all they have to do is know that any rays from the top of the arrow, if this is a perfect lens, have to go to that point on the image, and any rays from the bottom of the arrow have to go to that point on the image. After in-class interactive lecture demonstrations, more than 3/4 of the students will answer this correctly. Okay, why are these learning environments effective? So making predictions requires students to consider their knowledge before making observations of the physics world. So therefore, they build upon the knowledge that they bring into the course. With ILDs, the process of prediction, defending the prediction in a small group, and then writing down the prediction engages the students. They want to know the result of the demonstration. And often there's disequilibrium because they are very surprised that their prediction is different. Sorry, that the observation they make is different than the prediction. And therefore, there is an opportunity for effective learning. And students then construct their knowledge from observations of the physical world displayed in understandable ways. And this actually builds their confidence as scientists. Just quickly, a few comments about the equipment. Why do we use light bulbs rather than a ray box? And the answer is that physics education research shows that students don't understand that an infinite number of rays emanate from each point on an object, a cone of light. And therefore, they don't understand that for a perfect lens, all the rays from a single object point that are incident on the lens are focused to a corresponding point on the image. And they're thinking about a small number of rays, of special rays, leads them to their conceptual problems. And the second question, Do students learn from traditional lecture demonstrations presented live or virtually? And the answer seems to be no. And there's research done by Mazur's PER group at Harvard and others that has shown that the majority of students in a class who were not asked to make a prediction before a demonstration was presented could not even correctly describe the outcome of the demonstration. This is a truly cautionary alarm for people who are involved in distance learning, because it means that simply showing a demonstration or a video of one, no matter how exciting the demonstration is, will not improve learning unless the students are engaged in some way. To finish up the discussion of in-class demonstrations, there's a book called Interactive Lecture Demonstrations. It contains materials for 28 different collections of in-class demonstrations, prediction and result sheets, which can be copied, instructor's guide for each set of ILDs, teacher presentation notes, the 8-step process suitable for framing. And you can download this entire book for free at the Zoom chat. I've put the link into the chat, so please go there and copy. There are 2 links there, and you may want both of those. So the question during the pandemic and into the future is, can an active learning environment be created for students working at home? So no, suppose we don't have any in-class conditions, even masked up for protection, or we want to supplement a class by having at-home activities. So here are some design features and considerations for at-home interactive lecture demonstrations. So there are 26 sets of home-adapted ILDs, and they're based on the ones in the book. They're designed just like the ones in the book to review or clarify concepts. They're designed to be just one component of an introductory course. They envision students working alone online, so there's no requirement for group work or collaboration. Although, if you want to, you could include group work as part of the protocol. They make use of available multimedia for students' experimental observations. So what are examples of multimedia that we use? So photos and videos of experiments and results, real-time videos of the evolution of graphs from computer-based laboratory measurements, and PhET and Physlet simulations. You can find the interactive lecture demonstrations at this website, and I've put this link in the chat. So feel free to go and download that link, and you'll be able to go to this page, which I will go to now. This is the interactive lecture demonstration page, as you can see. And I'm going to, and on this page, there's some descriptive information, and then there is a list of interactive lecture demonstrations, all 26 of them. I'm going to show you first off, so I'm going to close this for a second. I'm going to show you an example of how the image formation with lenses interactive lecture demonstrations are converted to an at-home version. So let's go to that page. So here you come to the page, and there is something that looks like a prediction sheet. And you notice that the first thing it says is click here to download the prediction sheet. So if they click there, they can download a Word version of the prediction sheet and use that to record their predictions. And as instructor, you can ask them to email that prediction sheet to you if you want to see what they've written down. Now, the steps of this demonstration you will see here are exactly the same as the in-class ones, except that when it comes to the observation part, they are directed to various places. So for example, after they're asked to make a prediction based on this diagram, and then they can go and see the apparatus. And there is a photo of the apparatus, the same apparatus as before. And then they can see the apparatus with the light bulbs lit up, and you see the formation of the image, just like we saw in the in-class ones. And they're asked a few questions about this. And then, as a supplement to what we did in the in-class demo, there are a couple of pieces from simulations. So for example, it says, now go to this Fizzlet. So when you go to the Fizzlet, oops, this is what it looks like. And part C of this demonstration is a very, very nice simulation where there is a point on the object and you're able to move that point up and down and see how rays from that point source go and form a point on the image. And then finally, as the last part in this particular demonstration, if you go to this part of the Fizzlet and choose converging lens and ray diagram, you can actually see the ray diagram for this situation and compare that to the one that you've done. And then, of course, these demonstrations go on to the demonstration number 2, blocking half the lens, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to close this. And I'm going to show you another example. Actually, first of all, I'm going to summarize the steps. The steps of the at-home interactive lecture demonstrations. So student downloads the prediction sheet. They read the description, the written description of the demonstration, and they may view a photo, a sketch, or a video of the apparatus. They write their individual predictions on the prediction sheet. Only after recording their predictions, they observe the demonstration as a video, photo, or simulation and see the results. They describe the results on the prediction sheet, and they're asked a number of probing questions about their results. And again, this procedure is followed for each of the short lecture demonstrations in the sequence. Let me show you one other example. And this one is Newton's force in motion, Newton's third law. And I'll just show you one part. You can see that in this demonstration, there's an awful lot written here, so don't try to read all of it, but I'll just point out that in the first set of demonstrations, students are pushing an object along the table, and we're asking them to compare the applied force to the object and the force that the object applies back, with the object speeding up, moving at a constant speed, and then slowing down. So I'm not going to actually go through these. The next set of demonstrations involves collisions between two objects. At first, a symmetrical collision of equal mass objects colliding together, then equal mass objects with one at rest and the other one moving. And then finally, the one that I'll show you is a heavier object colliding with a lighter object. So here is the video. It's done with IO labs. You can see there is the collision. And the force probes on these carts are collecting the forces, and you can see this is the force exerted by the massive cart on the light cart, and here is the force exerted by the light cart on the massive cart. And you can see that these forces are equal and opposite. And so there's a whole bunch of demonstrations like that. All right, just to show you what they look like. So it explores interactive force pairs, and we do this with a number of collisions, and it uses videos and data collection with IO labs. A few additional notes about home-adapted ILDs. They incorporate the prediction, observation, comparison components of in-class ILDs. They're based closely on the in-class versions. Quality multimedia substitute for live demonstrations, and it's a credit to all of the physics education research and development that has come up until this time, that there's such a wealth of multimedia that are available, that were available to me to make these at-home ILDs when the pandemic was in full swing back in 2020 and 2021. They're an active learning strategy that can easily be used immediately because they require no equipment. In fact, they require no software. All they require is a virtual connection. I will say, though, they have not been research validated, and projects to do so would be very much welcomed. And they haven't been completely refined. They were produced under pressure to try to have something available during the pandemic. And so feedback on their improvement would also definitely be welcomed. Okay, I think I have a few more minutes, so let me, is that okay? Can I take 5 more minutes? Hello?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay,
yes.
5 more minutes. So I just want to say, extend this and talk a little bit about lab work, virtual lab work. So we have the condition where students have been online a lot of the time. Many of them, of course, are back in class. But what about lab work? So there's a project that I worked on with 2 of my colleagues, Eric Bodegum and Eric Jensen. And I'll say we have no financial interest in the IO lab. It was available and we used it in our project. And the project was to create virtual learning labs that could be done at home using a relatively inexpensive apparatus, which is the IO lab. It's a smart cart. I'll say a little bit more about it. Use an active learning curriculum, which is real-time physics, and a management system to deliver the activities and to collect student work, which is called Lesson Player. And that is a component of the IO Lab software. More about the IO Lab. It's developed by Matt Sellens of University of Illinois. It's a wireless smart cart with a USB dongle. It rolls along 3 wheels. There's an optical encoder to measure motion quantities. It has real-time data collection with simple analysis tools. And it's relatively inexpensive, around $200, or it can be rented for use at home. It includes a force sensor, a light sensor, an atmospheric pressure sensor, a microphone, a temperature sensor, a 3D accelerometer, a 3D magnetometer, a 3D gyroscope, and more. The activities that we developed were to adapt real-time physics mechanics. And for those who don't know, real-time physics has 4 modules. Mechanics is the first module. They guide students to construct physical models based on observations of the physical world. They focus on conceptual learning, and traditional laboratory skills. They use the learning cycle of prediction, observation, comparison. They're sequenced, so they build on the knowledge that students bring into the course, and they build on each other. They include a pre-lab preparation sheet for the students and also homework exercises. And there are published significant conceptual learning gains on the force and motion and conceptual evaluation. The results of our project. We tested the labs we adapted at both Portland State University and Chemeketa Community College in both calculus-based and algebra-based general physics classes. We found significant conceptual learning gains. The course evaluation showed that students had positive attitudes both towards the labs and towards the use of the IO lab device. And these were reported in a physics teacher paper of about a year and a half ago. And you can find a link to that in the links that I put in the chat. Let me just show you what this looks like, or at least one measurement with. So there's the IO lab being pushed up and down a ramp. Here's an example of what the data look like for that particular motion. And here are some students who are looking at that data collection, and here are their comments. So two students sitting in front of a computer, they just pushed the cart up and down the ramp, and here's what they have to say. So the student, one of the students is pointing to the graph, and she's saying the acceleration is just constantly negative until it hit something and stopped, which is exactly what we want them to observe, because many students, of course, would think that the acceleration would go to zero. Here's just a screenshot of what this lab looks like in Lesson Player. Students make predictions first. This is a different exercise, pushing and pulling a card. I don't think we need to pay attention to that in detail. There are 9 labs in mechanics, and here's a list of them. And they parallel the 10 mechanics labs of real-time physics. And so it's a way of involving students in doing lab work at home. And if anybody's interested in these, I am, of course, happy to help in any way with them. So there's more information at the Home Adapted ILD webpage. The link is in the chat. I'll put the links in again as soon as I stop sharing my screen. Thank you for your attention. And are there any questions? I can't hear you, Marisa.
Many thanks, David, to you.
You're welcome.
You have founded the way in which we can promote active learning, and you are a pioneer in this area. And in addition, we are honored of your talk. Many thanks for your wonderful contribution with many inspiring suggestions and for the examples that are very, very important. Another point that I wanted to underline is that the combining demonstration and simulations, mainly in optics, is very relevant because we have such a sort of problem for what concerns race and the race model and the way in which it appears what we are looking. And so I found this very, very important. In addition, I wanted to thank you for the generous offer of your book just by means of the link. And so I am only one of your followers. So I have no question at the moment, because I am one of the person using your style and your work so much. But maybe there are some additional questions. Lorenzo?
There was a question at the start, but the person did not reply again the question. I read what he wrote at the beginning of your talk when you started illustrating ILD. So mainly based on cognitive conflict. I suppose that this question was done when you illustrate the three schemes of the lens covered by a screen.
Yes, I mean, it is, of course, it is cognitive conflict, and
I don't believe, I don't agree. I don't agree. Because you are just promoting not cognitive conflict, but continuous reasoning from common sense to scientific one, without producing conflict, but shifting the, as far as I know, shifting the perspective of student without using the model of cognitive conflict, but helping in continuity in passage from everyday life to scientific one. And you, what's your opinion?
So perhaps this is semantics. It is, I don't know exactly the definition of cognitive conflict in the way that you use it. It is certainly true that, as Marisa has pointed out, that students have formulated ideas about rays, about image formation, unfortunately, from a method that we recommend to them, namely drawing principal rays. And from drawing principal rays, they are led to start to think, we believe, and by the way, this research was done by Fred Goldberg and his colleagues many, many years ago, that we are led to believe that they are led to believe that there are only a few rays. And so when you block half a lens, you block one of these rays, and then they have no idea how could an image be formed, because we don't have two rays anymore. We only have one ray. So this is so when I think of cognitive conflict, I think of a conflict between what they are observing very clearly, and this is, by the way, one of the most important characteristics of our ILDs, is that there must be very, very clear presentation of the result. And that's why some of these simulations are very, very nice, because they present things in a very nice way. And this demonstration with the two light bulbs presents things very, very nicely. So they need to resolve what they are observing with what they would have believed, based on their model. And this is a conflict, whether you call this cognitive conflict or exactly what you mean semantically by cognitive conflict. I apologize if I have misinterpreted that.
Okay, there is another question.
Yes.
Try to activate the audio of David Sands. Okay, you can make the question, Sands.
Okay, thank you, David. Very interesting. Unfortunately, I missed one or two bits. I just had to nip out something. But I noticed that you're making a great deal of use of existing resources in your online stuff.
Yes.
And I'm conscious, because I've just bought one. It's a visualizer. There are technologies now for visualizing stuff on the web as you're doing it. And it struck me that that little experiment that you demonstrated, the optics experiment, would be perfect for a little visualizer. I don't know if you're familiar with the
I'm not, so maybe you could.
It's a webcam on a stand, but it's specifically designed for you to be able to write underneath it or do something so that you can actually demonstrate online, write explanations online. It's basically like an overhead projector, but it just works like a well, it's a webcam. It just works online, and so I was wondering whether you saw the potential using this kind of technology, that the kind of technology that people use on YouTube all the time for actually doing real demonstrations rather than simulations in online teaching.
Sure. So I would like if you would send me the link to that so I can look at it. So I can't obviously answer. I have to say that the one thing that we have always tried to do in terms of interactive lecture demonstrations and even in laboratory is to try to keep the learning curve for students as low as possible. So if you're talking about a tool that I can use to display things for students in an understandable way, then I'm very interested. I'm interested no matter what, of course. But if we're talking about a tool for students to use, I tend to be skeptical, because anytime that there's a learning curve for students to learn how to use things, something always gets lost. So this is why I shied away from simulations for a long time. But 2 years ago, I said, look, we have to do this. There has to be something that people can use online. And here they are. And I actually renewed my interest, and I incorporated a number of them because they are very, very nice in what they display. So I reserve comment on your comment, David, because I'm not really familiar with what you're saying. But if you send me a link, I will think about it and I will answer you.
Certainly, I will send you a link on. I've started using it. I think they're really it's a really nice piece of technology, and I'm thinking about ways that I could do your experiment using that visualizer. But if I just have a second or two, I would agree with Marissa about cognitive conflict. In a sense, every time we reconstruct knowledge, we're engaging in a cognitive conflict. When you think you understand something and you realize that you don't, then that's a sort of cognitive conflict. But it's not, as far as I understand it, the way that the phrase is used, the way that the model of cognitive conflict means confronting students with the idea that their knowledge is incorrect in a way that can be really quite damaging to students. And so your way is much more gentle. It's about allowing them to reconstruct their knowledge, and it's more gentle. It doesn't hurt. It's beneficial. So I would suggest that it's not cognitive conflict, because that can be quite painful. Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I am so sorry, but I have to pass to the next speakers, because we have to stay in time, and we have today Lars, then we have Federico, then me. So we will finish late, but I want to before thank you one more for your generous presentation and for generous material you give us. This will help us a lot. As for concern cognitive conflict, we have to discuss about the conceptual change. There are 4 models of conceptual change, and there are many papers on evidence about that. And so we know what is working in conflict and what is not working and needs continuity in learning processes. Anyway,
okay,
it's not time to discuss now. Thank you one more.
Thank you so much, Marisa, for inviting me. And to everybody who attended, and I sincerely look forward to seeing you all in person sometime in the future. That would be my greatest wish at this time for everybody.
Many, many thanks.
Everybody stay healthy.
You are kind, very kind in addition. So I have the pleasure to introduce Lars Jürgen Thomas of the University of Constance, Germany. Lars is a postdoctoral researcher, so we are in front of our promise for the future of NPTL, because he is also the president of the NPTL. Is a postdoctoral researcher at the binational chair of the science education at the University of Constance and Thurgau University of Teacher Education. He received his PhD from Ludwig Maximilian Universität of München in 2018 with a dissertation on the investigation of knowledge acquisition during inquiry-based learning in distance laboratories. His research interests are in school-based inquiry learning using authentic context and in the teacher education, especially on digital learning technologies and digital competencies for science education. As I have already mentioned, he is president since a few months of Multimedia Physics Teaching and Learning, and is member of Working Group of Digital Core Competencies, junior member of the Working Group of Digitalization in Chemistry Education. He is alumni fellow of the College Didactic Digital. So many thanks for presenting, for offering us your contribution from your research. Please, Lars, present your work.
Marisa, thank you so much for the kind introduction. And yes, I'm very happy to be here today. And I'm also happy about David's talk because it clearly showed how we can facilitate physics teaching by the help of digital technologies and digital media. And of course, it is an ongoing discussion how digital tools can help teaching physics. But moreover, we have a new situation now, at least in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, because now digital literacy is also a major goal of education. So with the strategy for education in the digital world, the Standing Conference of the Ministers of Education created a legal basis for the implementation of digital media in the classroom and ultimately in teacher education. So they specify that digital literacy, so the digital literacy of the students, must be part of every school subject and also in Germany in every single lesson. And also they expect the teacher training institutions to cover the teachers' digital competencies. And so they call for a redesign of teacher education. Explicitly, they write that all teachers must have general media competencies and at the same time become media experts in their subject. Specifically, this means that teachers can use digital media professionally and didactically sensibly in their respective subject classes and reflect on the content. And for this reason, the development of relevant competencies must be laid down in the subject-specific teacher training. So let's take a look at the state of the art in pre-service teacher training in German institutions. We did a study, a survey, and of the 603 students surveyed, over 85% stated that they had never encountered, they often use digital technologies to write texts and to read digital books. They also use learning videos, but they only rarely create learning videos themselves. And 85% of them stated that they had never encountered computational sciences or newer didactic approaches like augmented reality or using Arduinos as experimental tools during their studies. So students tend to be passive about digital media, and they experience little constructive use. So this is a call for another teaching on digital media. In a study based on the theory of planned behavior of the factors influencing motivation to use digital media later in the school classroom, we saw that a key factor is the prior experience at university. And this is good news because in most cases, the prior experience in school is very important for the later teaching, the motivation on how to teach for the students. But this is good news because this is what we can influence positively in teacher training. And thus we came together in the working group Digital Core Competencies to address key questions on university teacher training in the natural sciences, like what digital competences do prospective teachers need? So we focus on the digital competencies, the extensions to the well-known pedagogical content knowledge, according to the use of digital technologies. And which of them are more general and which are more subject specific? And how does the link between sciences, educational sciences, and didactics can succeed? And when should these competencies be built during teacher training? So now let's take a short literature review. In addition to the strategy for education in the digital world mentioned at the beginning, 3 other frameworks are of particular importance to us, which is why I would like to present them briefly. One of them is the European Digital Competence Framework for Educators, the DICCOM-EDU, which names 6 competence areas, each consisting of 6 skill levels, depending on the intensity of use of digital media. Besides professional competencies, DICCOM-EDU also covers key areas of planning and implementation of teaching learning scenarios on a general, non-subject specific level. Although DICCOM-EDU includes, it also includes facilitating learners' digital competencies, or the digital competencies of learners, and it names, it includes subject-specific competencies as a marginal area, but these are not specified further. Therefore, the DICCOM-EDU can neither formulate subject-specific competencies and levels nor describe subject-specific corresponding teaching situations for training and assessment purposes. And moreover, the DICCOM-EDU framework is a framework for lifelong learning. So 6 levels of competence are specified, but it is not specified which level should be acquired at the end of the university study program. The DIGICOMP framework is the digital competencies for educators in Austria, which clearly separates the phase before the study from the phase during the study program and the first 5 years of professional life. It also includes the competencies of the pupils, as they are the basis for the competence progression during the study program. And the digital teaching and learning in the subject is also included. and at a phase where we usually start with the physics education program, but these competencies are not further specified. So in order to do so, we need one other framework, and this is grounded on the PCK framework from Schulman, which says that teachers need pedagogical knowledge and of course need thorough content knowledge. But at the intersection, we have the pedagogical content knowledge, which says how to teach physics content. And Mishra and Köhler added the technological content knowledge to the PCK model. And this gives us new intersections. On the left side, the technological pedagogical knowledge describes competencies on how to teach with digital media in a general, non-subject specific way. So, and also how the using digital technologies influences the teaching learning process. And on the right side, we have the technological content knowledge, and this is quite important. This is knowledge about how digital technologies are used in the in physics, and as teachers should also represent physics and physics research in class. They need knowledge about how digital technologies are used in physics research. And we did a survey at the Thurgau University of Education and asked the students, what role do you think digital technologies play in research in the following disciplines? And we saw that they tend to think that digital technologies do not play a crucial role in these natural sciences. If we take a closer look, then we see on the study programs, then we see that secondary 2 students have a higher impression of on how what role digital technologies play in physics research, for example. But all in all, 29% of the students surveyed think that digital technologies are more irrelevant in physics research. And this is, some kind of absurd, say. And in the middle intersection, we have the technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. And this is very important for us because so this is the knowledge about how to teach physics with digital technologies and by using digital media. And we saw in a study based on the technology acceptance model that within service physics teachers, that the technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge has an important influence on the intention to use digital media later in the classroom. So if we do teacher trainings, we should show them not only how to use an app or a program, but how to teach physics by using technology. And this leads us to the Dicolan framework. And this is a framework for digital competencies for teaching and science education. So we see we have 7 central areas of competencies. 4 of them which are more general, although they all have subject-specific content. And 3 of them are very subject-specific for the natural sciences. That means that they are so important for a physics teacher that it is also important to show them or to make them explicit. These 7 central competencies are framed by the technical core competencies and the legal framework. And for each of these 7 central core competencies, we describe competency expectations, which every teacher should have acquired, every physics teacher should have acquired by the end of the university study program. And here again, we have the TPEC framework, because we separate these competency expectations following the TPEC framework into teaching, methods and digitality, content-specific context, and special tools. And we have also 3 levels of competencies, like to name, describe, or use and apply. And it is intended in a way that the students should have a broad basis of, they should be able to name several solutions to a given problem. They should be able to describe at least 2 solutions, and they should be able to apply 1 solution. So now I want to give you an outlook into actual training courses at the university. At first, one course at the LMU Munich. The course was using digital media to promote experimental competencies and to train complex data analysis. And this course had a modular structure, so that these modules can also be used alone, but they follow the idea that these modules should help the students to fulfill their semester work. The task was to build an online learning environment around a remote lab that should facilitate school students and should guide school students through their experimentation process. So at first we talked about didactical aspects of multimedia learning. Then we had an overview about digital media in physics education. We talked about digital data acquisition and real remote and virtual experiments. By experimenting in these experiments, we gained complex measurement data, which needs 2- and 3-dimensional representations. And then we used these data for 3D printing in the physics education. And then we covered interactive learning and working materials and how to design interactive learning working materials. To give it just a short impression, 2 important aspects of multimedia learning are multi-coding and multimodality. Like multi-coding is displaying a given information in different codal systems, like the Boyle-Mariette's law here as a graph and a diagram, or as a formula, or as a schematic representation. And concerning multimodality, this is using more senses than one, like we do now, hearing and seeing. And we did a review of teacher-oriented literature on multimedia applications in non-English physics education journals, as these as teachers usually look for teaching ideas in their respective language. And besides many very interesting findings, one was that multimodality is mostly addressed as audiovisual in acoustics. And this is why we thought we could take this one step further to visual representations. So this is the surface of states of the ideal gas. And now the students can process the rotation of this surface of states with their hands. So with the hands, they can supplement their the cognitive process of rotating these three-dimensional diagram, and to get the projections on the coordinates, like here's an isothermic line, and yes, and we can even imprint thermodynamic circles into this surface of states. Another example is 3D printing of thermography records. This is an Ingenhouse apparatus, and which gets filled with hot water, and then we follow the process of heating up of these rods. And at this state where the picture, the thermographic picture was taken, we see that the second rod has a higher temperature than the first rod, for example. And this is because the first rod is wood and the second one is copper. And with some work, we can transfer this to a monochromatic image and print it out. And this is nice for students because we know that the students have much difficulties with decoding the false color images. We usually have the thermography, but this print, they can follow with their fingers and follow the decrease in temperature. And another example is the 3D printing of measured values from remote labs. This is the remote lab on spectrometry of common bulbs. And here we see the spectrum of cold white fluorescent lamp. We know that it is a cold white because besides the sharp lines of the gaseous discharge from the mercury gas, we have also a broad line from the fluorescent layer. And if we assess the decrease in spectral irradiation with distance, we see that the light coming from the gaseous discharge has another origin than the light coming from the fluorescent layer. And now I want to come to a course that we made at the University of Constance. There we had the opportunity to tailor a seminar specifically to the Decolan framework. So during the semester, the students at first get an introduction to the course. Then we have a phase where we address successively all these 7 competency areas, like information phase. And then we have a phase where the students design themselves learning environments for school students. And this is a free working phase where they get individual coachings from us. And in the third phase, the students do a mock trial of the learning, their teaching, the lesson. They do a lesson plan and do then a mock trial of this lesson. And for every competency areas, they get an overview about basic concepts in the teaching learning theory and subject didactics. We give methodological hints for the use in the classroom. And we also make references to the subject sciences. Then they get an overview of different available tools. They try them out, we do a comparison, and they evaluate these available tools. And we also have exercises on usage and implementation of these tools into the classroom. And every week we have a pre-test and a post-test tailored to this area of competencies. So the Decolan framework, along with its competency expectations, on the one hand, is the basis for the definition of learning objectives for the seminar. And on the other hand, is the basis for a self-assessment tool and to assess the self-efficacy expectations of the students. So this is an example for data processing, the area of data processing. And here we see these competency expectations that we defined as main objectives. main learning objectives. Here we have also secondary learning goals. And as these competency areas, expectations sometimes cover multiple examples, it can also be that we focus only on one of these examples. So this then also counts as a secondary learning goal. And we have also competency expectations that were not addressed. And the idea was, we hypothesized that we will get large effects of the training in main objectives, medium effects for secondary learning objectives, and that there shouldn't be no significant differences between pre-test and post-test for non-addressed competency areas. And this is what we got using the Wilcoxon assigned rank test for the pre and the post test. We see that we have indeed large effects for the main objectives, medium effects for the secondary learning goals, and no significant differences between pre and post test for the not addressed competency expectations. So we can accept our hypotheses, and this went quite well for 5 of these 7 competency areas, not so well with communication and collaboration, and also data acquisition. The icon is not at the right place. It's data acquisition, not data processing here. So, but we can explain that. For communication and collaboration, we see or we expect the Dunning-Kruger effect because the students thought they score very high in the pre-test. They thought that they have a high knowledge about or high competencies in communication and collaboration, as they were all using communication tools during the pandemic, and they all use instant messengers and so on. And during the program, they learned that they do not have this high skills and that they need to learn how to use communication and collaboration tools effectively in the physics classroom. And for data acquisition, we had the problem that this seminar lesson was intended or was designed around using digital sensors, and it was during the pandemic, so we planned to send these digital sensors to the students, and we just had logistical problems, so that did not work, and so this is why we have no good effect at data acquisition. Another study was to adapt the Dicolan framework to teacher education in Switzerland, because Dicolan is a framework made for Germany and Austria, and there are clear differences in the teacher education systems between Switzerland and Germany. And there are also clear differences within Switzerland, as every canton has its own education system. And moreover, also at the Thurgau University of Education, we have differences between the study programs, primary, secondary 1 and secondary 2. Thus, we needed a new competency frameworks for these study programs, 3. And to do so, we did an interview study with the lecturers at the Thurgau University of Education, and there we did a Q-sort. So the first task was to sort which competency areas are more important for the study program and which are less important. And although no one wanted to do that, because all these lecturers said that all these 7 competencies are very important, indeed we saw that there are typical sorts for the different study programs. So there's, for example, the communication and collaboration competencies were more important in the primary study program than in secondary 1 and secondary 2, and data acquisition was information search and evaluation was also very important in primary, for example. So this just underlines that it was important to have 3 different competence frameworks, one for each study program. And the secondary 2 program was very close to the original Dicolan framework. There was no competency expectation deleted, but about 1/4 of these competency expectations needed to be changed and to be adapted to Switzerland, also in a linguistic way. The secondary 1 framework was also even quite close, but the framework for the primary program, there about 1/4 was deleted of the competency expectations. Then we did 2 studies in Switzerland. One was to show, to get an impression of if the students understand the intended meaning of the survey items. And this was quite interesting because they had always the opportunity to say that a specific item is unclear and they do not understand the item. And most of the students just said, yeah, they had one unclear item, but some students with 7 or 9 items. So one question was if we can say like secondary or primary school students do not understand, primary teacher, prospective teachers for the primary study program do not understand it or such thing, but there was, we cannot say that it is, we can attribute it to the study program or something like that. And one item that was often misunderstood was, I can name possible limits and effects of using software or hardware for communication and collaboration in class with regard to BYOD. So BYOD means bring your own device. We had with about 800 participants in Germany and Austria, we had no one who did not understand this acronym BYOD, but it is not common in Switzerland. So we had to change this item. And in a second survey, we assessed the digital competencies of the students at the Thurgau University of Education. So we had 185 students from the 4 study programs, kindergarten, primary, secondary 1, and secondary 2. And this is an example from data acquisition. So these are the items from the area of special tools. These are the items from the content-specific context. These are the items from methods and digitality, and the items of the teaching area. And we see differences that the secondary 2 students, teacher students, show a higher self-efficacy expectation at 4 items. So we should take a closer look to these 4 items. And this is, I can name several possibilities of digital data acquisition with mobile devices, such as smartphones and tablets using built-in sensors. And so we see that this is very prominent in their program and some kind of forced to use to smartphones and tablets for conducting physics experiments. And for the area of presentation, we also see that the secondary 2 teachers tend to have higher self-efficacy expectations generally. And this is somewhat not expected, as especially the primary and secondary 1 programs have dedicated studies on how to use digital technologies to produce teaching and learning materials, but not in a subject-specific way. So they have not yet learned how to do science education with digital technology. So indeed, this is still missing. One important thing is to know that the secondary 2 students are usually part-time teachers at the school. So they have, at first, they study physics and then do a physics education course on top. And one last outlook into research on teacher professionalization. We are also interested in the underlying competency structures. Here's a study from biology students, pre-service teacher students. And here we see what is important for us if we design courses to foster digital competencies, that on the one hand, we need technological knowledge to build technological content knowledge and technological pedagogical knowledge, which we then again need to build technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. This is for the competency areas presentation and information search and evaluation. At this time, I want to thank you and also do some advertising for the next MPTL workshop in Wrocław in Poland in September 2020, and you can find every information at this short link here, which I will also write into the chat.
Many thanks, Lars. Is it possible to contribute in MPTL in Wrocław digital way, so at a distance or not?
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, the local organizing committee decided to focus on a presence meeting.
Only presence.
Sadly.
Really. So I thank you so much for this systematic analysis of digital competencies and for structuring such a sort of very good framework. But I have to underline some point. One is interactive learning and cooperative learning is what happens in any subject, in any discipline. I believe that is very important, the dimension in which you are looking to the specific role for physics and in which way it can support the physics teaching learning. One of the points that I don't hear by you, but I imagine that you have considered, is the opportunity to invent, to create new learning goals. Because when I am using sensor online, or when I am using modeling or something like that, I am creating new learning goal for physicists, for physics learning. And so the specific nature of science is in the hand of students. Anyway, digital competencies have many dimensions. But a part of the opportunity offered for knowledge, I believe that tools and new skills on modeling and simulation give opportunity also to learn by what they can do by looking the material available. So just have the knowledge, having experienced some new material as those you have shown us, teachers invent new opportunities, and they found the way in which they can create. So multiple examples, in my opinion, create objectives. I don't agree, on the contrary, with your assertion that you have to cut some opportunity in primary. I use BioD with children in preschool and in primary with very, very good results. So please complete Ecolan, take into account also the other country of Europe. Last but not least, I want to ask you, in slide number 43, there is a column with gender.
43, yes.
43.
Yes.
And it appears that the women or female are much more high level than male. And this is another result that came also from other frameworks. So I believe it's very important to take into account. So I haven't, I spent too much time. So please.
Let me give one example for one thing that was removed was having deeper knowledge of how to, for example, how to use an oscilloscope. So the faculty thought that this is not expected from a primary teacher to run an oscilloscope. So these, but of course, bring your own device, and also programming and such competencies are indeed very important, and especially in Switzerland, they have a very high level media and informatics curriculum in the primary school in Switzerland. We can learn from Switzerland very much in that case.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So there are other questions. Lorenzo? Additional questions?
I don't see questions on the chat.
Okay. So in this case, I have to thank you, Lars. Sorry for stopping now, because we use already the 10 minutes of break, and I have to ask Federico Corni to start. So I thank you one more, and I ask Federico Corni to be present. So Federico Corni is full professor in physics education at the Faculty of Education of the Free University of Bolzano in Italy. I don't know if I have to say in German or in Italian. His main research interests include higher education curriculum development for prospective primary teachers, production of educational materials, and classroom experimentation. He developed several projects, among them fuel cell hydrogen educational model for school, aimed to produce materials for programs for the introduction of hydrogen technology in European school, and higher education tool for embodied and creative education on energy for development of modules on energy, employment of tools of imagination. He is director of the multidisciplinary lab Multilab, involving scholars of many disciplines in joint project. He has been and currently is involved as scientific expert in the development of the direction of didactic industrial laboratories, is responsible of Fisica in Moto in Ducati, Bologna, and didactic lab of Dallara Lab Academy in Parma. Very important industry for what concerns mobility, moto mainly. He contribute in the introduction into secondary school curriculum experimental activities, material science, and particular characteristics, research methods, and technique like Rutherford Besetter in spectrometry, TRR, reflectivity, time resolved reflectivity, and the transmission electron microscope, as well as numerical technique such as ion implantation and ion matter interaction simulations. Federico Coni is editor-in-chief of the teacher education section of MDPI journal Educational Science. Many thanks, Federico, for offering your contribution to FFP16, and please, you have microphone.
Thank you very much, Marisa, for your presentation, but also for inviting me and insisting me to participate, because I know that when you decide something, the thing must be done. But I thank you to inviting me for this. I would like to present a contribution in the direction of the last themes that you mentioned, that is in computational science. Let me take and share the screen. Okay. And this is the screen.
Okay, it's visible.
Do you see it?
Perfect.
Okay.
You have to select projection.
Okay. So the title of my talk is Superimposed Multiple Elastic Collision, a topic for didactic computational investigation with students. Computational science is a rapidly growing multi- and interdisciplinary field. It develops mathematical and computational models and uses advanced computing techniques to simulate these models driven by data. Its overarching goal is to understand and solve complex problems. It has reached a level of predictive and interventional capability that now firmly complements the traditional pillar of experimentation and theory. We can say that computational physics is a field of physics like theoretical physics, experimental physics, or applied physics. Fields of computational science application are, among the other, solid-state physics, matter physics, astrophysics, material engineering, but also pharmacology, and many others. Though, given its importance in nowadays, hardly are students given the opportunity to experiment computational physics, even though their theoretical knowledge would be suitable for a number of topics, and the modern computer would allow them to create effective models and simulation to work with. To simplify, the computational method consists of applying theoretical knowledge and create a model of a complex system, for example. Simulation of this model are then treated and analyzed to obtain new knowledge about the system, which is then compared to reality. I would point out that the simulation of the model are taken in the same way as experimental data. So computational physics is like experimental physics, but in spite of having experimental data, you have simulated data, at least at the beginning. The 6 steps I focused for computational physics are: first, you have to select a suitable theory for your problem, for your complex system, build a model with variables and parameters, define descriptive quantities representative of the complex system behavior, because we have to simplify, simulate the model and produce data, analyze the data to evidence possibly emerging features, and research on this feature for new knowledge of the system, research on simulation, not on experimental data, and then possibly on experimental data or in direction of application. Multiple elastic collisions, for their elementary theoretical base, are complex phenomena that can be studied at different levels of difficulty by secondary school students or students attending general physics and undergraduate students courses. Just to give an example that I used in an old paper some years ago, I wrote with Marisa. I would like to give an example about ion implantation in solids. The stopping and range of ions matter is a code for a quantitative evaluation of how ions lose energy into matter. It applies first order effects of the atoms on solids, so not complicated theory, like the electronic excitation of the atoms, displacement of lattice atoms by energetic collision, production of plasmons, phonons, and some other. So this code calculates and displays the simulation of ion trajectories into matter and produces the results emerging from the calculation of these trajectories. The theoretical knowledge, the first step of the method, are of course the knowledge about ion atoms elastic collision in matter and all what follows: scattering succession, elasticity of single collision, of the inelasticity of single collision, ion energy loss, and so on. The parameters of the model are the energy, of course, of the ion and the target atom's masses, stopping power, displacement. Let me shift this somewhere, okay. Displacement threshold, and lattice and surface binding energy. The descriptive quantities that have been selected with this code are, of course, ion trajectories and ranges, the number of collision event per ion, the target displacement atoms trajectory and ranges, and energy given to the recoils. This is an example simulation of a trajectory of a germanium ion. Energy is 100 kiloelectron volt into matter. The red track is the trajectory of the ion, and the green tracks are the trajectory of the displaced atom, the recoils. On the left, on the right, we have 20 trajectories, and then after 10,000 simulation trajectory, we have a simulation and then some emerging features. And we see the ion depth distribution of German atoms, but also the collision, the target atoms displaced from their original crystalline position, the collision events, and so on, with their shapes, projected range, the average position of the various actors, and the width of the distribution. If we change the ion with, for example, a lighter ion like carbon, we have a new distribution that is that has different shape compared to the Germanium one on the left. And also we have a different shape of the silicon displaced atoms. Note the depth axes that are very different. In one case, if we want to compare the two axes one-to-one, we have to enlarge the carbon range and see and compare directly the range in this way. So germanium and carbon ion implantation is very different in various ways. So after this simple observation, we could pose this research question: what is the origin of the shapes of this distribution? Which mutual relationships are there? How can we change this distribution? Which are the relevant parameters? And possibly, how can we use this knowledge for application? So, coming to multiple collision is an opportunity for students to engage in a computational experiment and to learn the method of such field of science where they have no problems with the theory behind. When more than two objects collide, we speak of multiple collisions. The minimal system is composed, of course, of three bodies. If we want to simplify, the third body could be the track end, or maybe can have an infinite mass. Then the individual collision may occur at separate time interval. In this case, we speak of separate collisions. The evaluation of the collision process in the absence of friction can be studied by iteratively applying the formulas for single collision and thereby obtaining polynomial equation with independent coefficient. The parameters are only the masses of the two bodies. In practice, the interaction times in this case is considered negligible. If, however, these interaction times are no longer negligible, the collision may occur in overlapping time intervals. In this case, we speak of superimposed collisions. The exchange of momentum is not limited to pair of elements, but involves several elements of the system simultaneously. The two coupled differential equations describing the system require the application of numerical method to be solved, and this is the reason why multiple collision can be object of computational activity with students. A simple way of allowing for superimposed collision is to place the second body at rest in contact with the track end and sending the first body against it from the left. And this is the particular case we will treat today. There are many studies of multiple collisions in literature. The most common ones are related to dynamics of the so-called Newton cradles, or the phenomenon of velocity amplification in the bounce of two vertically aligned balls. Articles on multiple collision are also present, but without consideration of interaction superimposition. And most of papers do not present didactic approaches at a level suitable for students. So, the theoretical knowledge for students is simply the elastic collision theory that every student at secondary school knows. The parameters of the model are, of course, the masses of the bodies, or better, their ratio. In the case of superimposed collision, where the interaction times matter, we have also to consider the elastic constant, or their ratio. Of course, we assume no friction and the initial velocity of the first mass as a parameter. The third step of computational interaction is the choice of descriptive quantities. So we have to identify a set of quantities that adequately describe, though not in detail, the dynamics of the system. During the collision process, the elements of the system repeatedly exchange momentum, and after a suitable period of time, they reach a final configuration where collisions are no longer possible. So we will choose to adopt the following descriptive quantities, the ratios of the final momentum on the first body, the second body, and transferred to the track. We will make the ratio of this momentum with the initial momentum of the first body. So R1, R2, R3 are unitless. We will also have to take into account the total number of collisions that the system have undergone. Note that the ratios and the numbers of collisions are independent of time, because we take them at the end of the process, and depend only upon the mass ratio, and in the case of superimposed collision, on the elastic constant ratio. Let's start first with the multiple separate collision model that is more familiar to us. The evolution of the collision process can be studied by iteratively applying the formulas for single collision and thereby obtaining polynomial equations with different coefficients. It is enough to know the masses of the individual element to obtain all possible temporal evolution of the system. On the right, you have the well-known equation for elastic collision and between the two bodies, and in case of collision of the second body with the track end, we simply invert the sign of the velocity. The condition for no more collision is that the two masses have negative or null velocities, and M2 is not able to reach M1. That means that the velocity of the second body in module is lower than the module of the velocity of the first body. This is a C++ code that calculate these quantities, that is at reach of students with a minimum introduction of computer, but that it can be given to them already done. The student can also be involved in calculating analytically these representative, descriptive quantities in the various range of the mass ratio, and fill out the table of the number of collision, again according to the mass ratios. And this is the result of the code we have just seen. Note the logarithmic horizontal scale. The emerging feature of this first group of simulation is that curves present maxima and minima and discontinuity in the first derivative. So what is the meaning of these maxima and minima? Consider, for example, the momentum of the first mass only, that has the first maximum corresponding to the mass ratio equal to 1/3, means that the second mass is 3 times heavier than the first mass. This is the condition where the two masses have the same velocity, but with opposite direction after the first collision. So the second mass will hit the track end, it will be reflected off, but having the same velocity of the first body, it will not reach the first body at all. But at slightly greater mass ratio, the second body will be able to reach the first body. So a second collision will occur. So the meaning of that spike, of that maximum, is that in correspondence of the mass ratio equal to 1/3, we have a threshold for a second collision between the two masses. So let's see what happens in correspondence of this minimum. This minimum corresponds to a well-known case. The mass are equal. And so after the first collision, the second mass proceeds with the same velocity of the first mass, and the first mass is at rest. The second mass reflects off the track end and collides again with the first mass. The first mass is pushed backward with its initial velocity, and the second mass is at rest. No more collisions. But at slightly greater mass ratio, the first body, after the collision with the second body, will slowly proceed forward. And after the second collision, pushes the second mass toward the track end for a second collision. So the mass ratio equal 1 is the threshold for a second collision between the second body and the track end. In summary, maxima and minima in this graph are threshold for values of new collision between the two bodies and between the second body and the track end. This is the result of the model of separate collision. But what happens for superimposed collision? The exchange momentum, we have also told, is not limited to pairs of elements, but it involves all the elements of the system. So it is not possible to study the behavior of the system by iteratively applying the formulas for single collision, but we have to solve a set of coupled differential equations. They are simply the second laws, the second Newton's law, applied in the specific case. Using, for example, the stock and flow graphical paradigm or other code that are available free on the internet, students can easily solve this coupled first order differential equation and engage in computational research. This, for example, is the system dynamics model that parallels the code for the separate collision. It can be built, created by the student themselves if they are skilled, or it can be given them and they simply use it to simulate to obtain data. These are the equation inside, and this is the result, the simulation of the multiple superimposed collision model. Note that in this case we have a surface in 3 dimensions because we have not only the mass ratio as a parameter, as a variable, but we have also the elastic constant ratio. So we have 2 variables that can change simultaneously. The emerging feature is that by varying the 2 parameters, we obtain a 3D surface that present ripples, that present undulations. To better understand what is happening, we can compare the case of superimposed collision with the case of separate case. As a consequence of the independence on S, on the elastic constant ratio of the separate collision, every single ripple have constant height. The front is straight and parallel to all the other. It is linear. In the case of multiple collision, what we see is that the ripple fronts are curved and the height of individual ripples decreases with increasing the elastic constant ratio. So the results question best focused is what is the relevant variable that controls this phenomena? Of course, it is the superimposition of the of the collision that matter. Let's test it. The superimposition can be gradually turned on or off by progressively approaching or displacing the second mass, the track end, at the beginning. For example, in this case, we have a large distance, so we can say that there is no superimposition. In this case, we can have light superimposition, medium superimposition, and when the second mass is in contact with the track end, we have full superimposition. We can make the simulation of these cases with decreasing the distance, the initial distance of the second body to the track end, and this is the result. And we can say that as the collisions are progressively made superimposed in time, as we progressively switch on the superimposition effect, the peaks shift, in this case backwards, and decrease in height. So superimposition matters. But we have tuned the superimposition by cancelling it. The problem is how to measure the degree of superimposition of the collision in our system, in our simulation. So if we make an orthogonal projections of the surface, for example, of the first ratio of the momentum of the first mass on the RS plane, by marking also the ripple fronts of the separate case, we obtain the graph on the 2D graph on your right. We can see that the ripple of the separate case, that are the vertical dashed line, are not followed perfectly by the ripple of the superimposed case. In some case, the ripple are on the left or on the right, or again on the left. For large elastic constant ratio, the ripples are shifted toward lower mass ratio in the case of superimposition collision. For S equal 1, the ripples are shifted toward larger R, and with in the bottom of the graph, at small s, the ripple are shifted again toward lower R. So the variable S, the elastic constant ratio, is not univocally, does not univocally account for the ripple behavior. So how can we measure the superimposition? We can think that superimposition is in some way related to the temporal duration of the single interaction. If we apply the harmonic oscillator theory, we can write the half period of the two mass collision to evaluate the time duration of the two masses collision. And we can write the half period of the harmonic oscillation of the second body as an evaluation of the time duration of the collision between the second body and the track end. The degree of superimposition can be related to the ratio between these two time constants, and this is the equation. And by solving this equation by S and R, we obtain this parametrical equation that relate the mass ratio, the elastic constant ratio, and the degree of superimposition. So geometrically, this relation represents a curve on the RS plane characterized by a given degree of collision superimposition. So coming back to the figure we have seen before, these are the parametric equation graph overprint on this, and we can see that the curve for t equal 1, the maximum superimposition, crosses the ripple with the maximum shift, and the other curves cross the ripples with displacement that are all the smaller the farther away from t equal 1. And if we, for example, make simulation of the first ratio as a function of R calculated on the parametric curves, we obtain this result that again show that the maximum shift of the peaks from the separate case is in the case of t equal 1, that is the maximum superimposition of the time constant, and the other curves present maximum with shift that are all the smaller the farther away from t equal 1. So t is the ratio between the ratio between the interaction time constant, is the relevant variable that controls superimposed multiple elastic collision. It is a result of a possible investigation on this data. Possible future further investigation could be which different descriptive quantity could be chosen in spite of the one we have chosen, the final momentum ratio we have chosen, and what would be the results, or in which other way can you obtain superimposed multiple collision. For example, we can throw against the track end the two bodies already in contact with the same velocity. This is another way to obtain a superimposed collision. What is the difference in our simple case we have adopted? And then we can do experimental results and compare or try to find the feature we have found with our computational investigation. In this case, for example, we have two charts with the same mass, and of course, this is what happens. Of course, the first mass exchange momentum with the second, then the second give back it the first. But if we put the second body in contact with the track end and repeat the experiment, the result is different. The second mass is in motion in spite of being still at the end of the process. So in summary, superimposed multiple collision can be a useful context to involve students in a computational investigation activity at their reach from a theoretical point of view, and the tools can be given them or they build by themselves. The students are introduced to the steps of computational physics research, that are these 6 steps we have followed along my talk. And these are the reference we can find in literature. And I thank you for the attention.
Many thanks to you, Federico. You are not only perfectly in time, but you present us a very interesting work, which is bridging from common phenomena that can be explored in the lab with the perspective in which computational analysis can give the perspective of all the interaction can be occur, but mainly what means to analyze what happens in the matter when you are introducing some external elements and collision occurs. And this is the way in which modern physics learn information about microscopic world. So this is a very important conceptual bridge from simple phenomena of everyday life and the modern physics analysis mainly for material science. Another point that I see is the very important methodological aspect, because you can show that simply principles like conservation of momentum that is used in the calculus is able to analyze very complex environment in deterministic way, of course, but give information on what appear not deterministic looking at the results. So many thanks. There are some questions, Lorenzo?
Thank you, Marisa.
Thank you to you. Very many thanks.
I don't see questions on the chat.
So in this case, I thank you one more. And I try to share my screen because my time is time of my talk, and I don't know if people want to survive or want to follow it, but I will maintain my task to present my contribution to FFP9, and this is related to prospective primary teacher education, the research-based MAPS model that I developed and validated in 20 years of research in the field. So there is a substantial scientific deficiency in the basic culture of citizen. Physics is confused with technology, considered a deterministic and difficult discipline, which admits only a measurable and predicable world by means of formal instruments, accessible only to the chosen community of scientists. Physics has always been taught as a structured knowledge, neglecting its construction, its link with common phenomena, the process of appropriation, identifying it with its formalism. It is a cultural problem in which teaching methods create a representation and motivation. Based on the idea of a reality, in individuals and groups are constituted mental representation patterns relevant for relate to it, recognize and understand actions, and design ways of relating to it. So the image of context defines the expectation of those who relate to it at all levels and orient the choices. It is therefore important to offer young people methodologically significant and diversified experiences, broad and related to different realities, in which the student at the center of the attention becomes the student protagonist of his own learning. Teacher education. It is identified as a strategic factor by the European Commission and the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. It is included in Lisbon Objectives 2020, in the ONU 2030 Agenda. A lot of interest and work is done into the last 20 years in Europe, and problems are highlighted by international studies on students' achievement, like PISA, teacher characteristics and needs, like teams and steps projects. On teacher sides, the problem comes mainly from three areas: policy and organization, competencies needed and didactic research, exchange between school and context. Research in this field starts in 1986 by Lee Schulman, who asked himself, how does learning from teaching occur? And he underlined that there is an omission of subject matter in the study of teaching, just looking to examination of teachers. Then he created what is well known in literature, pedagogical content knowledge or teachability. In 2000, the Green Paper highlights the crucial role of designing appropriate teaching learning situation in which prospective teachers can find opportunities to develop their main professional skills as well as basic scientific culture, which may enable them to perform a successful educational design in spite of their limited knowledge of the subject. So activities suggested were educational reconstruction of subject matter, problem solving oriented to education, problem solving situation, research-based curricular design, planning teaching learning interventions, learning knot analysis, and student resonance analysis in teaching learning activities. During a conference in Barcelona in 2000, produced more than 1,000 papers on the problem. And the successive GIREV International Seminar, Quality Development in Teacher Education and Training in 2003, underlined three main requests as conclusion: cooperation between school and university, specific professional programs for teacher education, didactic research integrated with teaching and teacher education. Steps to the questionnaire successively analyze programs for teacher education in many countries, and two main models emerged, sequential and parallel. And analyze physics teacher knowledge from the research results about the nature and level of therapy service physics teacher knowledge emerged that subject matter understanding delivered during the pre-service teacher education courses is not those conceptual understanding that pre-service teacher will need to develop in their future students. So in this new framework, the professional preparation of a science teacher has been deeply analyzed in terms of professional profile in the context of the human talent management, looking to the competencies. And the recent literature on PCK look to the different approaches and instruments on measuring teachers' PCK, PCK in action, PCK on action, and developing a model of professional action competencies. New way of thinking about teacher education. So we are now overcoming the schema of PCK, looking to conceptual knowledge, as we have so many contributions in this FFP16 about that. But I have to mention the European benchmark for physics teacher education, that 74 physics departments for 32 countries prepared as a result of steps 2. And the main point are the central requirement for physics teacher education that should be academic, research-based, on 3 components: physics, didactics of physics, applied pedagogy, and containing initial practical training in schools and thesis on teaching learning activity. Physics teaching competencies listed are many, but these 6 are the main point that we are just looking for, the way in which a physics education research can contribute on. Hope European project, developed with 71 universities, conclude looking to how to test the instrumental method of PCK, how to promote methodological competencies related to experimental exploration, modeling, and building formal thinking, how to promote argumentation and discourse, description versus interpretation in phenomenon exploration, developing formal thinking and role of representation, and research results are available for all these points, but physics education research have to include applied research activities and have to be integrated in teacher education and in classroom practice. School-university cooperation in teacher education and innovation on teaching learning have to be promoted and supported. And I hope that will occur that Ministry of Education in Europe have to arrange goal and learning outcomes, standard and guidelines common in all Europe. Physics educator research have to be promoted at all levels. So primary teacher education in scientific education is a challenge which involves the possibility to transfer to the future generation a culture in which science is an integral part, not a marginal one. It involves the possibility to give students the fundamental elements of a scientific education in a way that allow the student to manage them in games, in stories, in the curious question of children in moment of organized analysis. Some of the main problems coming from research result with respect to this goal are the lack of competencies in content knowledge, science matter knowledge, the general difficulty to integrate pedagogical knowledge and science matter knowledge for the construction of pedagogical content knowledge by prospective primary teachers, adoption of a transmissive style of teaching notion instead of starting from ideas, curiosity, and exploration of children to develop their reasoning. Need of teacher to gain ownership of the concepts and the way in which physics interpret phenomena, overcoming the tendency to reinforce the spontaneous idea and local vision of common sense, and coherence in teaching learning paths. The answer to the challenge presented are related to the cooperation, the integration of physics education research and teacher education. I have to underline, because a lot of confusion emerged mainly in physics department, that the research in physics education should not be confused or replaced with pedagogical research on teaching, not to be confused with psychological research on individual learning or sociological studies on the organization of school activities. It is linked to the construction of skills to produce specific disciplinary learning, learning of subject matter. Many environments are ready at the international level for this research, but I wanted to honor it. In addition to people offering us very good contribution here, those who produce the active learning perspective and the student as protagonist. I want to remember in 1982, Reginald Rivens. In 1991, Bonwell and Ison, Marc Antonio Moreira, Lillian McDermott, Eric Mazur, and Peristraction. All these people are physicists, and they are quoted by all pedagogists as the theoretical people able to produce active learning. Take in mind the role of our subject for learning, starting from primary school, from preschool. So now in Italy, we have prospective primary teacher education organized in such a way. We have a master of 5 years long, in which educational subjects are 78%, 14% of lab work, and 8% of practical. In the spectra of the subject-related area, physics education, and not physics education is 7%, but we have 9 credits for physics education construction. In this framework, I developed the model for teacher education, which is MAPS model, starting from the analysis of subject matter knowledge for educational goal, looking to nature of science by means of educational proposal in which learning difficulties are analyzed and bounded with those professional development, with models centered on the educational proposal by means of 4 plans: metacultural, experiential, planning, and situated. In the physics education course, we include informal learning. Metacultural part involve critical discussion of cultural and pedagogical elements of an innovative proposal, leaving to teachers the implementation and the preparation of educational material for the students. We present micro-teaching in school, example, research-based example, coming from research, from exploration to measure with sensors, exploring term and sensation with kindergarten student, exploration of, for example, term and interaction by means of computer online sensor and its formal visualization. And we discuss the artifacts by pupils, 3 years old here, or 8 years old, or the way in which they represent what they are looking in the experiment, and with the synchronization with the real-time graph and what they learn. And we discuss about that. Look into the results of students, the way in which they have worked. We look also to important aspects involved in developing formal thinking. For example, macro-micro representation. Here we have an example in electricity. PAC strategy in inquiry learning is privilege. So prevision, comparison, experiment and comparison are the way in which we suggest to think about and to look pupil reasoning, contingent descriptive rules, general rules with condition 1, 10, local global causal interpretation. The main experience is the bridge from research to school practice, which are conceptual labs of operative exploration. CLOE labs are carried out providing an open work environment in which students have an operative role, proposing problem situations on specific different topics, using semi-structured interview and task worksheet, carried out with different modality, individual exploration, group work discussion of ideas, interactive exploration and discussion, or spontaneous maps production. We discuss with the prospective primary teacher rubric for tutorial activity or for monitoring learning during activities. We discuss education, research-based educational path and the possibility to select on the different set of proposal, making specific point on the rationale, on the approach, strategy and methods, prerequisite maps, path, interdisciplinary character, resources, content, experiment, so on. But this is not enough. Prospective teacher proposal obtained by their own re-elaboration, their planning are often not organic. Basic proposals are transformed with the lack of crucial conceptual point. Reasoning, coherence, and developing conceptual understanding are not focused. Teaching style recovered the traditional one that they experienced during their own learning, and student idea and learning processes are not considered in the planning. So we start to introduce testing and test out for each topic we treat to help in focusing on fundamental concepts, individuating conceptual knots, have experience of personal ideas on the questions, find a grid for a conceptual reconstruction of the topics, auto-evaluation in learning process. An example of item is the following. As you can see, is taken by literature and is submitted to them as one of the problems that we submit in operative way. And we can see in the data that a lot of people select as condition for having the bulb working A and C, because 2Y are enough. They don't focus on the pole. But at the end of the work with teaching learning sequence, with discussion topics and so on, 80% of them select the proper one and was able to overcome the knots and to use them to plan in proper way without introduce their own difficulties in planning activity for pupils. Experiential model, which is the second plan, is a moment in which the teacher carried out directly the same activity that is proposed to the student. Practically are tutorials or questionnaire designed mainly focusing on problematic situation presented in different ways: map, graphs or diagram, photo or real situation, picture representing a real situation, cartoon suggesting other situation, or schematic representation of relevant situation focusing on conceptual notes. An example is here in which teacher appear to present a problem, and the answers by pupils are also presented, and we ask to our prospective primary teacher to discuss how they plan to attach, how they answer first, and then how they plan to attach the different perspectives that appear by pupils to be able to add them for the conceptual change that we are discussing just before. Then we ask them to plan by means of a rubric in which they have to list the foundation nuclei of the topic, for example, for optics or something, or magnetism. They have to list conceptual notes after reflecting on what was learned before, map and concept and list of questions for pupils, and then the parallel articulation of learning concept, activities, and monitored aspects. This is one of the schema. So the phase of the planning activity involve the following steps. Thematic group. 10 prospective primary teachers select one topic. So we have 14 topics per group because I have 150 or 60 students. They plan a proposal, they design a proposal by means of individual work. Then they discuss among the group as peer discussion the proposal prepared by each of them, and they select a common core and then assume the task for individual planning of a detailed intervention of 2-4 hours with children. They then present to me in plenary the proposal organized by the group, and the strong critical frames comments by professor and peers emerged. A revision of the proposal and the preparation materials are the next point, because they have to work in classroom monitoring learning processes. Teaching learning intervention is done by a group of 11-25 pupils depending on the classroom. And they monitor having a peer PPT as observer. They report data analysis of the learning process by pupils in which they are working. Activity offered by us are presented by these schema. For example, for each topics, spectroscopy, optics, magnetism, and so on, we offer 28, 23, 52 in blue group of activities. And in red, you find how many activities they select for each group. Here, you can find in the specific case of time, the concept that they select and the order in which they decide to present the different aspects for what concerns time. Here we have for optical phenomena, the activity they selected, and we can see that there are some activity selected almost all, and other activity absolutely neglected. And this is a very interesting analysis that we have done, but here I have no time to go in depth. But we can have information of what they select, for example, here on magnetism. The last step is situated model. Is based on teacher learning through the reflection on his work experience in the classroom and represent the growth coming from his professionality, offers the basis of an innovative emerging from the school needs. A situated model is the reflection on the professional experience in a research dimension as action research in one of the way in which to recover the informal learning produced by acquired experience. Here I show some material prepared by them for intervention in classroom, and the game experiments ideas is the material they mainly use for the activity. Then they try to realize conceptual and operative labs to follow paths and reasoning in interpreting phenomena. Here we can see the different way of monitoring learning during PPT intervention with children. On the top, we have an example of monitoring the discussion of group children. You can recognize Atkina proposal for monitoring the group work discussion from research. And then we find the analysis that PPT makes on written questions. They make qualitative analysis, look into conceptual content and to referent reasoning, only descriptive or interpretative, and so on. So outcomes from intervention are: first, PPT acquire professional competence in planning coherent pathways by preparing proposals, preparing tools to monitor the learning process and analyzing learning outcome. 7% of PPT implement coherent paths focused on the main conceptual nuclei. And each year, over 1,800 children and over 18 classes participate. We have cooperation between school and university in a fertile ground for the improvement of PPT education and professional development of teachers. Another aspect that I will not discuss now because I don't want profit of your time is transversal topics that they decided to go in depth. So they take this list of 15 aspects. For example, analogies and metaphors, learning strategies, or different aspects they learn in the previous educational period in which they study pedagogy. And I asked them to look at the way in which they can apply these in physics, in the learning of physics. Obviously, interdisciplinary aspects are included, and these are listed here. I listed the phases of this work in which personal and common group work is done. PPT interviews on their learning about MAPS model show that 50% of them underline the gain in conducting educational activity in scientific field. 31% they underline the competencies gain in collecting reasoning by pupils. 100% mention flexibility gain and the 8% ability to ask questions. Many kinds of outcomes from PPT products, PPT experience and report, PPT reflection, transversal aspect, physics education research role in PPT education, PPT auto-evaluation and reflection on their own professional identity, and school impact of innovative intervention came from this experience, and I hope be able to present, thanking you for the attention. I have not profited so much of your time, but if you have some question, please let me know. No questions? Not at all?
I don't see any.
I 3 points in chat. I see in chat there are 3. No questions. So I'm sorry for your time, for losing your time. So I came directly to the closing FFP16 Physics Education Research section. I consider a great honor to have founded the Physics Education Research section during FFP9 in Udine, and I thank Burasiddharth and Scientific Committee to give me the responsibility in keeping this section active. Many thanks to the invited presenter who offer evidence of the high quality of the international physics education research and history of physics research. In the physics education section of FFP16, we discussed 9 different perspectives of physics education research in history of physics. General aspect, solved and unsolved problem. Thematic aspect, the entropy as the heart of thermodynamic concepts. Modern physics in the school, quantum mechanics, the physics of condensed matter, superconductivity, multiple collision. We look to instruments and methods to improve learning, to teaching learning path design and validation, to research in the history of physics, and the inquiry in physics education, inquiry-based learning in a disciplinary approach STEM, the impulse for reflection, practitioner inquiry, explanation, and critical analysis. We look to research methods, qualitative and quantitative. We look to contribution of multimedia in physics education, just resources and research-based activity development, digital competencies for teachers, examples of computational investigation, and the case study of collisions, and the MAPS model of PPT education. My closing talk may be too late. Many thanks to the colleagues contributing to FFP16 Symposium and to all attendees. Let me thank just one more Ekrem Aydıner and the scientific committee of this symposium, with which I have worked very well in recent months. We do our best to build an interesting, rich of contribution environment. I hope it will be useful for you all, for all of us. Springer contract for the book is signed, so I have only to announce the paper deadline submission around August 31. A letter will be sent to you all to remember this deadline and to remember you the Springer typical format that we have to respect. Many thanks for being here. Many thanks for contributing in this fundamental frontier of physics activity. And I wish you a nice weekend and a good work for the paper. So many thanks.
Thanks, Marisa.
Thank you very much, Marisa.
Thank you very much, Marisa, and to all.
Thank you.